Good afternoon, YouTube. Doing some video responses. The first one is to Odin's Men, 8 minutes of women regretting feminism. Oh, geez. The second one is Blair White. She does a reaction to cringy dating profiles. Get some shout outs out of the way. All right, so shout out to Richard. Thank you for your $3 donation to Cash App. And a shout out to Daniel. Thank you for your $10 donation. And the trolls need to stop harassing the apartment I live at because my landlord's a fan of my videos. All you're doing is wasting your time. How would it feel to be in Cobra's shoes, you know? And I don't have to fuck with my trolls where they live, you know? I don't. That's the truth. I don't gotta fuck with my trolls' apartment situation to get inside their head. All I gotta do is make a video. Now, this is going to be some like gender perspective ranting kind of thing. Just a heads up. Like, oh, geez. Anders, thank you for your $1 donation to PayPal. He says, when you build your clock-towered mansion, be sure to invite me to all those parties and lesbian bungarees. Yeah, if I built my clock-towered mansion, I would host elegant parties. They would not go out of control. Just a couple of close friends. You know how that goes. But I DoorDashed a single can of Bud Light and a big old bottle of E&J Peach Brandy. Or a can, if you will. So I got a can in the bottle. Yeah. So 8 minutes of women regretting feminism. Yeah, here we go. I'm not here to pick on women or men. This is just my perspective on things. You can take it or leave it. Doesn't make it fact.
I'm just so desperate for a husband. Wow. And there's a lot of pressure around me. So if you can deal.
Right off the bat, there is way too much pressure for women to have babies and to get married. There's way too much pressure. And because women are cursed with this thing called fertility. Now, if a woman cannot find a suitable life partner before her fertility is up, then she'll have to adopt a kid or have in vitro fertilization in order to have, you know what I'm saying? So, like, when it comes to like Mother Nature, women have it a lot harder than men do because, like, men don't usually lose their ability to get a hard dick unless they're like 50, 60 plus years old, where women can lose their fertility rates a lot quicker than a man loses the ability to get an erection. And that's kind of just the unfortunate bitch of it. The puppy dogs. Women have it so much harder when it comes to puberty, but it's made up for by the way society tends to coddle women. And don't get it twisted, YouTube. Women don't want to be coddled, they just want equality. Although sometimes they fail to see what equality looks like. We'll get into that.
and propose, I swear I'll be him and I'll marry you immediately. I'll wash your clothes, I'll cook for you, I'll have your children, and I'll be obedient, missy wife.
I feel so bad for this woman. I just want to give her the biggest hug and be like, you'll find a man. Even if you can't find the kids in that relationship, you'll find a man.
That is what you guys want.
Wow, this one is a sad case. Seems to me like feminism kind of let her down. Maybe there was a disconnect between what she thought she was going to get in reality. Let's keep going.
Okay, we're back with episode 3 of Why I Need a Man, or Women in General.
Oh, here we go. Another woman bitching because she needs a man. Jeez. Women are confusing in that sense, where it's like, on the one hand, they say they don't need a man in their life. Men are all just pigs until they actually need them for something. And then all of a sudden it's convenient just to say, did I say that? I mean, what I meant to say was, she needs a hero.
Or want a man, not just need, but maybe just want. So, my front door, my house is from the 1920s, and the front screen door age changed.
So do it yourself. You got this woman on social media who's like, she needs a man in her life because her house is from the 1920s. You know, the time when Model Ts would putz down the streets. And her screen door is broken.
And the whole thing is like $2,000.
All right, is it a man problem or a money problem? So we're going to get to this one, but she needs somebody to change her front screen door. It's expensive to do, right? She can't do it, doesn't know how. I get it. But if she had the money, would she want the man?
Dollars for someone to do it professionally. I just want a new screen door.
Right.
Look at this thing.
Oh.
It's falling apart, so I have to buy it and put it on. I don't want to do that.
What about hashtag girl boss? Go to
No shit. Hashtag girl boss. Exactly. I'll drink to that, ladies. Ladies, when it comes to shit like this, you don't need a man in your life. Okay, why is it though, like when you say a woman belongs in the kitchen, you're a fucking sexist, but when women go off on YouTube or TikTok and they're like, where's a man in their life to help them fix their goddamn house? All of a sudden, nobody's screaming how sexist it is, how that's a gender-based role, and blah, blah, blah.
YouTube, figure out how to do it. As I recall, there's a lady who seems like the housewife soccer mom type, but also takes up these construction projects. Pretty good channel. Don't remember it, but she could pick up that. But again, is it the money or the man?
To do that. So yeah, reason number 3 of why having a man around is a great thing, and women do need them.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
No. You do not need. It is a want. How many fucking times do I have to say relationships are not a want or a need or anything like that? You know what I'm saying? You don't need a relationship to be happy in life. It is a want. Spoken as somebody who's now going through a 5-year dry spell, just wait patiently and see what happens. It's all you can do. There are plenty of willing and definitely of age, alive, cisgendered female, non-related companions here in Casper, and you never know what will happen, dude. I could be chilling out at a bar, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck YouTube. I'm just gonna enjoy a drink at the bar and relax. Some smoking hot goth chick with a cobra tattoo on her arms, like, oh my god, are you King Cobra JFS? Yeah, it's the rumor. I love your videos. Check out my cobra tattoo. Oh, you single? Can I buy you a drink? Okay, we are as a society are put underneath way too much pressure to date and have sex. And then as a result, on top of the double standards, okay, it just ruins it. Because now you got women on TikTok going, how to destroy a man's heart. And then you got men on TikTok who are just like, treat women like shit. And it's just a collective. It's no longer about dating. It's about personal vendetta. And dating in the modern day has become a battleground. Okay? Now, when I go off of my gender rants, I'm not trying to cause a war amongst the genders. I'm trying to get them to understand each other. Sometimes I go too far to prove my point. But when you see your friends that are dating fighting with their other half, all of a sudden you're like, nah, you know what? Maybe being single is not so bad. You see all these women and men complaining about virtually the same thing. Why can't we just find somebody decent? Wham. But instead of looking at the similarities, they focus on which side has it harder and which side's the bigger oppressor. And that's not the argument you want to have. The problem with this is both sides are guilty, both genders are guilty. Hashtag King Cobra's album Love and Vanity.
And if I get drafted, I'm just going to warn y'all right now. Do not put my ass on like the bomb squad or something. Do not get.
All right, so here's a question for you guys. Should women be forced into the draft pool?
No, they should not. You should not force women to be in the draft pool. However, if they demand it, give it to them. So then they can feel like, hey, we're being treated as equals here. But the reality of it is, ladies, society does not give a shit about men. Men, we're not coddled in society. We're told if you can't grow facial hair or fix a car or build a cabin, that you're somehow this bitch beta boy cuck faggot who's a soy boy and all this other crap. We're told to be nice to women, treat others the way you want to be treated. And as soon as we try to be nice to women, we are simp shamed for it. And then you have women, on the other hand, who are like, because men have more privilege in our society, they're like, we want some of that privilege. Yeah. So then you got women who are like, hey, you know what? They want to be treated just like the boys. You give them what they want. Now, all of a sudden, women are not being coddled in society. They're being told, if you want to work with the boys, play with the boys, here's what you want it, you got it. Now, instead of trading in that nice, cozy housewife job, you're now 80 plus feet in the fucking air, drilling metal rivets into a steel building frame, trying not to fucking fall off. And we'll get into that here in a second.
Right now, they're not. And they can be in combat arms jobs, right? So they can be in.
See, here's the thing of it. If you want the same equality to men, that doesn't mean you get to keep the coddling that women have in our society. That's not true equality. You don't get to have the same privileges and rights as men while still being coddled in our society because you have a vagina. It doesn't work like that, honey. Yeah. You want an example of this? If you kick a woman in her cunts, if you, oh, salty language, Cobra, fuckers. No, but if you kick a woman in the vagina because she fucking hit you in the balls for doing absolutely nothing, nobody comes to your defense and says, well, that's self-defense. She's being a bitch. No one says that. It's how dare you hit women, you piece of shit. And try saying the words, well, she started it. That doesn't go over very well in our society. And it's like, well, that's real mature, dude. You know what I'm saying? And I don't bitch about it because women do have it harder in our society with the shit they have to go through with their bodies and puberty and double standards and, you know. Perhaps the reason why men have more privilege in our society is because nobody gives a fuck about a man's feelings. And people are in the universe is kind of like, well, that's kind of messed up. So we'll give you this, this, and this to leverage it out. And that same true statement is true for women. Like, well, the shit you go through is completely unfair, so we'll give you this, this, and this, and this to leverage it out. Instead of being like, oh, hey, women and men are similar in that aspect, it's become a battle of the sexes bullshit. And it's getting worse too because there are Gen Z women who think the world would be a better place if men did not exist. I'm like, yeah, you say that till you need us for something.
Way where the bombs and shit are going off. But should they be forced to get into it? Now, I doubt we're ever going to have a draft, but it's an important question.
Give me that level of, do not put me near any explosives. I should not be trusted.
I don't think women should be forced to draft unless they want to. That's what I think.
The letter, Joe Biden, listen to me. Do not let them put me near explosives. I will fuck up somehow. I do not perform well under pressure. And
well, he might not let you near explosives first, but you might have to do Biden a favor. You're gonna have to let him sniff your hair first. Is that Pantene Pro V?
I have ADHD. I get easily distracted.
All right, we gotta stop. Does everybody have ADHD now? Everybody,
I feel like the whole ADHD thing is so misdiagnosed anymore because it's so easy to diagnose. If you're a person that is easily distracted, people just label you with some alphabet disorder like ADHD, OCD, Tourette's, whatever, and it's just like half the time it's an excuse to give your children drugs while you send them off to high school and say, don't try pot, kids, it's a gateway drug. But take this pill because the doctor said you have ADHD. So, you don't want your kids smoking pot because they might become zombies. Well, ironically, the medication you're giving them for their so-called ADHD has turned them into zombies. On their cell phones, like,
talk to that's young. Oh, I'm on the spectrum. I'm neurodivergent. I need ADHD. Is that really a thing? I mean, maybe it is. Maybe I'm just disconnected, old, don't get it. But it seems like everybody's got it.
Thing you want me to do is handle an explosive, okay? Put my ass in the kitchen, like have me like scrubbing like the dishes or like something. Do not put me near explosive.
Okay, here's the thing of it, man. And from a gender-based perspective, as a man who gives a fuck about equality and women's rights, I don't give a flying fuck, okay? If you've come home from the longest day of work ever as a man, you come home to your perfect little stay-at-home wife, and she fetches you the pipe and the slippers and a martini and today's paper, You get done smoking your pipe and drinking your martini, get up and help her cook dinner for fuck's sake. Well, this is something I've been preaching on my channel for a hot minute. It's like, you know what? You think she hasn't had a hard day? Stuck at home all day listening to all her fucking female friends secretly judge her on social media? You know what I'm saying? Like, being a single mom ain't exactly easy. And there's my idea for a TV show. It's a spin-off of Love and Marriage. Married with Children, the show with Al Bundy. What if it's his daughter in the spinoff, and she's single with kids, and that'll be the title of the show, Single with Kids. And then she has a couple of female friends. One's the quiet, reserved one, and one's a snarky bitch, and one of them's like super feminist or whatever. It could be a really great TV show. I could see it making lots of runs. One episode, the mom has to do OnlyFans to pay for her college debt, and the kids get bullied at school for it. Hollywood, hit me up. I just wrote the next sitcom. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Instead of that Frank Sinatra song, you know what the song for that show would be? Bonnie Taylor's I Need a Hero. And it could tackle a lot of issues that teens face, like peer pressure and, single mom parenthood and all that. Right? With all the woke feminist Hollywood bullshit, that fucking TV show practically writes itself. It'll never be as entertaining as the Osbournes, mind you, but that's beside the point. Sharon! Cobra's live on YouTube again, Sharon!
I'm warning y'all right now.
Here's the problem with another big war where a lot of men die. We're going to further deball the society. So we're going to have the men that are considered toxic, but we need to fight the battles.
You see, that's just it, Odin, my dude. Is society and women will view us men as toxic, masculinist, sexist, chauvinistic male pigs. Pretty much anything you could think of. And we're seen as a problem until they need us for something. You piece of shit, quit staring at my tits. But you're totally staring at my biceps. I was just returning your gaze. You like what you see? Can I take you out to eat? Fuck you, my eyes are up here. Whoa. Okay then. Damn. Oh, about that stuff I said about you earlier. Yeah, could you help me fix the screen door? My house is super old. But did you just get done calling me a sexist, chauvinistic male pig and how all men are the same? And yet, ironically, if a man goes off and calls a woman a cunt and says the same shit about women all being the same, he's labeled as toxic, and this is why men are the worst, right? But fucking nobody wants to make the fucking mental connection that people are fucking assholes.
And then we're going to have the leftovers keep breeding, and that could be a problem.
Let me tell you something.
Right.
You women from the 60s really messed up my life goals. You want to stay at home and clean the house, take care of the kids.
That's the thing of it. You should not rely on women to do everything. I hear a cookie dog.
Have dinner ready for your husbands when they got home from work.
Right.
That is all I want to do.
So what do you do here? You got these women that go, okay, I want to be educated. I want to do all this stuff.
And preach it, Odin. Thank you. You got women who are like, nah, fuck that traditional housewife bullshit. She wants to be independent, go and get a career, start, you know what I'm saying? For women, it's going to be twice as hard because if women want to have a family and a career, you got to juggle so many things at once. And it helps to have a mature man who can help you with that. You know, case in point, the cleaning and the cooking should not be done all by one person. Okay? Your relationships, YouTube, will grow stronger as a couple if you cook and clean together. And you learn to divide up the responsibilities because, as Odin's about to say, we all love to eat. I got some food I'm fixing to make later, so there you go.
To do, but I like to raise a family, like see my kids grow up. I get it. I could have the children and stay in that mid-level management job, but I want to experience the memories. I want them in my mind, but that's not widely popular anymore.
But no, you thought everyone wanted to be independent. I don't. I don't want to be independent. Girl, here I am.
Hear the terms independent. What does that mean? So if, let's just say, this young lady goes off, becomes a high-powered lawyer and says, I want to take 10 years off, raise my kids, see them grow up. I don't want to have someone from south of the border raising them. Does that mean she's not independent, or does that?
Now, like I said, women want equality to men, but they fail to realize what that implies. Society does not give a fuck about men or men's rights or men's emotions. Men are not coddled in our society. So either men have their feelings and their rights and wants and needs respected too, or we have women who don't get to be coddled because they want equality. That's just how it is.
She wants to see her children grow up. She wants that memory. That's a memory that's far better. Take it from me, have kids. Far better than some job you won't remember and the money you won't have.
Go to school because everybody got to go to college to get them a job and education.
Shoveling a ton of gravel. That sucks. All the time I'm shoveling, all I'm thinking is, who the are the women that want equal rights, the women's movement. Who wanted
This looks again like the
Jesus Christ, you got a woman who's bitching because women want equality. Now I've fucking seen everything, dude.
I had for you guys. Is it the man or the money? If they got the money, she would be shoveling the gravel. And you still want the man, you know, what's going on
to
here?
do the man's work? Because I fucking didn't. I'd rather be inside making sandwiches and serving iced tea.
Because that's a lot easier than doing the man's work, as they quote unquote said it. Like women bitched for ages 10, 20, 30 plus years. Women have been wanting this for decades. Now that women have it, they are unhappy because they realize that the equality to a man sucks. All this, and Terrence Pop talks about this on his YouTube channel, and it's like, at first you think, what? But then after you hear these women on social media who are complaining because they want all the pampering that comes with being a woman, but they don't want to put in any of the grueling work. And it's like, here's the thing of it, ladies. If you want a construction job just like the men, I say go for it. But don't expect them to coddle your ass just because you have tits and a vagina. Just doesn't work like that. And you, like I said, you're 90 feet in the air on a skyscraper installing rivets into the side of the building's frame, sweating your boobs and your boob balls off. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because your baby's daddy is the stay-at-home dad. And why is it though when men choose to be a stay-at-home dad, they're seen as weak and inferior? But if a woman does it, it's just tradition. Fuck that shit.
I don't want any part of being equal. I will make sandwiches. I will cook dinner. I will wear an apron. I will clean house. I'll vacuum. I'll do whatever I got to do to keep from fucking shoveling rock.
Here's the thing.
Well, no one's stopping you from quitting your job, honey.
Unequal if she makes food in the house versus shoveling rock. I think it's just dividing up the tasks that need to be done, right? We need to eat.
Exactly my point, what he was just saying right there. I don't think it's a matter of equality so much as it is dividing up the tasks that are required to function in life. There was an argument about equality because of the whole sexism towards females thing. But in today's society, women can run for president. So it's like, you ask your wife to make you a sandwich. Well, what the fuck you gonna do for her, man? You're gonna make her a homemade cheesecake? Just saying.
Shovel the rock. We both can do it equally in some sort of socialist program. Or if somebody's better at shoveling rock because they enjoy the exercise, right? And someone's better at putting together the food because we like to eat too. Is that a problem? Is that really a bad thing?
No, because then you exactly my point. Instead of making it about gender, which is the core problem of this, is people are way too focused on gender and the divide that separates women and men, instead of, like Odin here said, well, some people are just better at making food. Some people are just better at shoveling rocks, you know, and some people generally enjoy doing those things.
Between TikTok and Facebook is after I get this shit done, I'm going to get on Facebook and brag about everything I accomplished and how happy I am. But just know the truth. I'm pissed.
Okay, so why the fuck? Then this is what confuses me about chicks like this. Is if you are unhappy with the work you are doing, why the fuck you gonna go on your TikTok and Facebook and Instagram and all this other shit and be like, oh my god, you guys, look at me go, hashtag girl boss, you know, and all this other shit. It's like, if you're miserable about it, why are you lying to yourself and lying to the world about it? That's all I'm saying. Ugh.
Not happy.
So she's going full out girl boss on Facebook. Look at me, strong, independent woman. But she's saying, you know, I really don't want to do this job. It kind of sucks. I used to have a partner, a male partner, who did this, and it was nice not having to do it. Now I have to. But again, is it a money problem or a man problem?
It doesn't make me feel good. No part of it. Don't want to do it.
Hi guys. Like, I'm so sad right now because I just came to like a realization this past.
Let's get to
This next woman you're going to see is a perfect example of, I wouldn't say so much feminism as it is the pressures that women have to face in a modern society. That, oh, if you don't have kids or a man before you're 40, you're going to be alone the rest of your life. And sometimes being alone ain't a bad thing. You have to learn to be happy with being single and independent for yourself before someone else can come creeping into your life.
Whole video of this poor lady. She pulls at the heartstrings. You can see she truly believed, girl boss, strong, independent woman. Wait till I'm 40 to meet somebody, have kids. Then you go, wow, the men don't want me because they want to have children with the woman who, is in the childbearing years. Let's just be honest.
And let's just be honest. Like, if you're a 40-year-old man, you can still have kids. You can still get your dick hard. But women in their 40s have a harder time having kids because of the fertility rates. And that's kind of unfair, YouTube. When it comes to like the fertility rates for men versus women, women have it harder when it comes to fertility because they give birth to children and their biological clock is a lot shorter in time than it is for men. Men typically don't lose their ability to get hard till like maybe 45, 50, 55 plus. Usually when they're much, much, much older. But women tend to lose their ability and their fertility much quicker than men do. And it's sad. So, like, society and feminism has taught women to be independent, which is not a bad thing. However, what feminism failed to imply was, hey, guess what? Nobody gives a shit about men or men's rights. So if you want equality to men, then that means you get the same treatment. And that's kind of bullshit because it's like, if nobody gives a fuck about men's rights, everybody, you know what I'm saying? Like, you kick a dude in the balls, no one's going to be like, it's okay, dude, get up and walk it off. 9 times out of 10, they're going to be like, holy crap, you guys, Chad got racked in the nuts. Ha 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 ha. Like, I want to get this chick the biggest hug and be like, you know what? It's going to be okay. You'll find a man. What I find hard about being single in my 30s is the majority of women out there already have kids and their baby daddy wanted nothing to do with them. You know how that stereotypical story goes. And she'll, of course, defend her side of it by saying, well, he was a piece of shit anyways. And it's like, now you're being pressured to step up to the plate as the step parents. And it's like, no, I'm good. If it was my own kid, then it'd be a different story, but eh. Now, if that person's single and they're a parent, you have to first ask yourself, why the fuck are they single? But that's not for this video.
Women do have kids, so we can't hide that fact.
Few days have been so hard for me because, like, you know how men say that women have toxic feminism, and like you'll get to a certain age, like no one will want to marry you and no one will love you. I feel like I've gotten to that point, guys. Like, I was so hung on to this feminism thing, I missed out on marriage, children.
Here's the thing: you're gonna find
missing out on marriage ain't that bad. And men ain't wrong. Women do have this thing called toxic femininity. It is pretty much the exact same as toxic masculinity. It's just in a female form. And nobody wants to talk about it. People are shit to each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of whining about it, take time to appreciate being single. Work on your personality. Look elsewhere for dating. Maybe it's not you, or maybe it's just the area you live in. I know the feeling because Casper, Wyoming is notorious for having a really, really shitty dating scene. A lot of women do not want to date me because, well, look at me. I'm dressed all in black and I come off as kind of creepy. Or it's, you're a sweet guy, Cobra, but I can't handle dating a YouTube celebrity kind of thing. And I'm like, well, that's your loss, not mine. Ugh. That's usually how it goes, dude. And like by the time I'm 44 and still kicking it, you know, and I'm hooking up with a chick who's like 24, 25, who's totally into me. All of a sudden, all those other chicks who rejected me growing up to that point are going, oh. And that's usually how it goes. They might reject you now, but trust me, one day they're going to look back and go, man, I should have given that person a chance. I've seen it happen. Yeah. I've seen it happen. I've had women who rejected me. And then several years down the road, they're like, shit, I wish I would have given Josh a chance. And I'm like, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. So if you're a dude and you're in high school and every chick you like is telling you no, forget about them, man. You got your whole life ahead of you. Now, I've been bullied my entire life, rejected by every chick that I've liked. And I continue to get rejected and bullied on YouTube, but I don't let it stop me from talking to chicks, man. The problem with this is, and I'm going to say it, women and men are way too goddamn defensive. They're always preparing themselves to be attacked in some sort of way because that's the society we live in. People are so offended by everything and so defensive of every goddamn thing we do. You cannot ask questions without someone getting offended. It's like if somebody identified as a sparkly purple unicorn dragon and you ask questions on, well, what led you to believe that about yourself? And they get offended and start calling you a transphobe, and that's the society we live in. Like, I'm not trying to spurg, but you look at Sharon Osbourne when she was on The Talk. She asked the question, how was it racist? Please explain this to me so I can better educate myself. And then rather than explain their side of the story, they attacked Sharon for being a racist. And with how fucking insane our society is, Sharon and Ozzy started getting death threats from people because of it. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Okay, I disagree with Kanye West and his racist antic bullshit. And I'll go on YouTube, say what I gotta say about it, and then I drop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude. When you drove Ozzy fucking Osbourne into it, I was just like, nope, nope, no, 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 no. Grow the fuck up. If your quarrel is with Sharon and you send her a couple of angry emails like, how dare you, you racist, blah, 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 whatever, and you leave it at that, fine. That's one thing. But going out of your fucking way to harass somebody, that makes you just as bad as the person you're attacking. You start attacking Sharon and Ozzy's kids and bringing Ozzy into it, fuck off. Fuck off. You know that? Fuck off. All these people who are calling Sharon a racist, as far as I'm concerned, can suck a smelly queef out of her 70-year-old minge. Because in all my years of following Ozzy Osbourne and his wife, this is the first time I'm hearing anything of it. So I'm like, okay, you know, racism isn't just like all of a sudden out of nowhere, hey, you're a piece of shit, you know. I don't know. Guilty as charged for being Ozzy Osbourne's one of his biggest autistic fans. You know, I'm not trying to get signed by him or anything, because it's one thing to be able to sing like John Lennon and shred an amazing guitar, but like, what's in it for them? You know, if I had like a couple million subscribers, it's like, okay, people really want to see this dude go places, kind of thing. So, yeah. Right now, I got a record deal through Deathbed Tapes via Alex Ford, and it's awesome because Alex Ford is starting to get recognized in Hollywood. You know, he has metal bands that are like 8 times more popular than myself, asking them to asking him to do merch for them, which is cool, dude. I told Alex Ford, man, we're going places. You know, like I honestly know how it feels to get death threats from people that hate me just because I go on YouTube and make videos. Like you've seen it, trolls telling me to kill myself and shit. And I'm telling the trolls, you first.
That loves you, but the men that want to have children, right? They're going to try to find someone to have children with. And if they look at you and say you're 42, they're going to go, well, she may be out of her prime. Now, that could be a misconception. I get it, but that is a reality.
Then I come at a point in my life where like I'm so bitter. I'm so jealous of people who have marriages because they're so happy. And like men are just the best. You know, like right now is when I'm realizing like I can't.
I hear this thread quite often. These women who are drinking the Kool-Aid, right? Strong, independent woman, hashtag girl boss. And then they look at their friends that are married, they think the grass is greener. Now, marriage, obviously, as we all know, it can be better or worse, but you got something consistent. When you're by yourself, lonely, you get ran through from the app dating lifestyle, you kind of get, did this really work out for my?
No, that really depends on how you look on the situation. I have a fangirl, I'm not going to say her name, but she texted me she's thinking about giving up on dating because the men in her area are just absolute shit. She caught her boyfriend cheating on her and that kind of thing. And I'm sorry to hear that, man, but don't give up on dating. I haven't. I've just simply learned to wait more patiently. You know, the problem with society is everyone's in a rush to date and get married and do all that. You know what I'm saying? Take a step back for a second and be like, who am I doing this for? Validation from your shallow, catty female friends who also don't have men in their life? You know what I'm saying? Like some Sex in the City type bullshit. Misleading title, right? 'Cause when you're a horny ass kid in junior high and you see the title, you're just like, no fucking way. Click. The fuck is this? I want to see some titties. It's just a bunch of snarky middle-aged women drinking martinis and bitching about men. The fuck? Like, nope. You watch one episode and you're like, nah, that's not my cup of tea.
Interest?
Without them.
Because here's the thing of it, YouTube. If you want to be in a relationship, you should do it because you want it. Because you're tired of being lonely and you just want some of-age companionship to cuddle with. That's alive and consenting. And non-related. Outside of that, if you have a preference for anything as long as they're human, then hey. Then you do it for you and not because you're trying to seek approval from someone else. Like that's the problem with dating anymore is I get when you first get your first when you get a brand new girlfriend and boy howdy, you haven't had one in so long. Yeah, you're gonna want to show her off to the fucking world and brag about it, but don't because there are people out there who are still going through that divorce or that loneliness. So have some consideration for other people. Speaking from experience too, man, when you're out shopping at Walmart and you got that one couple that's like way too PDA, you're just like, dude, there were kids shopping with their parents, man. Come on. Keep it in your pants. Do that shit behind closed doors. And the first response is, well, you're just jealous and bitter because you don't have anyone to kiss on. And I'm like, it's not even about that. It's about human decency, you know? It's one thing if like you're holding hands or like she sticks her hand and puts it in your back pocket and grabs your ass affectionately. And that's the most that happens. But like there are some people out there who just full on suck face in public. It's like you came to Walmart to shop, not display your affection to the world.
Right now, I'm like, yeah, like if you are rich or poor, tall, dark, handsome, ugly, I don't care, by the way. As long as you're a man.
Interesting. Her standards probably changed. She's like, tall, dark, handsome. It's kind of what I wanted. Now, at this point, are you
At this point, I would say do not let your standards change. People get desperate the more lonely they get, so they loosen their standards a little bit. And I'm here to tell you, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. You shouldn't have to settle because you're lonely and desperate. That's how you meet a lot of other people who are lonely and desperate and probably not right in the head, if you catch my drift. Like that one cutaway scene on Family Guy where it's like that one time on Tinder, and it's like, which one of us is the killer? Ooh, let's find out.
man? Do you have XY chromosomes? Do you have the lower parts of a man? And the personality.
Do I have the lower parts of a man? Yeah, I do. I'm proud of what I got.
Like there is a difference. I know no one wants to admit it, but men and women have different personalities by nature.
They do. That's the only thing that separates women and men is the personalities and the fact that women and men are different genetically because women give birth and men don't. Outside of that, those two things, men and women are exactly the same. Outside of those two things, though.
Like, that's the only qualification I need because I'm just so desperate for a husband.
Breathing.
And there's a lot of pressure around me. So if
Wow.
you can do it.
I don't like women. I don't like watching women cry, man. It makes me sad. As a man who's very protective of women and children, elderly and animals, I don't like seeing women cry. It makes me want to start crying, dude. If I was a lot drunker, I probably would be less caring of, oh, you're on YouTube and the trolls will just make fun of you for showing emotions and being a great guy. Hey, Cobra, stop white knighting. Fuck you, racist. That's the problem with it, YouTube. It's like, bro, I don't care if you want to call me a simp or a white knighting, virtue signaling piece of shit. That's the problem with our society is you can't do anything without someone being like, what's the ulterior motive? And the reason why Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne are moving back to England, they're sick and tired of the gun violence and all the mass shootings, the high taxes, the woke culture, and just like, just they want to go home to the motherland. And can't say I blame them. Cannot say I blame them. Yeah. Can't say I blame them. It'd be cool to see England someday. Yes, it would. To be able to walk up to see Big Ben in person and reach out and touch the clock tower. But like, I can't go inside of it because I'm not a British citizen. If you want to like tour the inside of Big Ben in person, you have to be a British citizen and you have to send an application letter to Parliament. I know these things, which is all right because I've seen the inside of Big Ben via YouTube. Wonderful little website YouTube is. Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth Tower is it's now called. I still call it Big Ben. No offense to Her Majesty, rest in peace.
and propose, I swear I'll be here and I'll marry you immediately.
And you gotta think, honey, there are men out there who feel the exact same way this woman feels right now. They just want to bawl their fucking eyes out, dude. They're tired of being assumed of you're just a sexist because you're a man. They've been alone for so long. And now it's become the popular thing for women to hate men. And I'm not saying this is true of all women, but like if toxic masculinity is not tolerated in our society, then freaking toxic femininity should not be allowed either. You know? I hope this woman crying her fucking eyes out finds a good, strong man to make her happy, to help her cook, to help her clean. And you know, if you can't have kids, you can always adopt. That's the beautiful thing of it. If your fertility is such shit that you cannot do it, you have in vitro fertilization and adopting. And real talk, we have all these goddamn pills that help men get their erections back. You know, whatever happened to making a pill like that for women? You know, like, oh, you haven't had your, you know what I'm saying? If they could find a way to do that. Like, they make birth control for women that prevents you from getting your period. But what if, you know what I'm saying, you're ready to have kids? You have your career, you're 40 years old, you haven't hit menopause just yet, and you won't hit menopause for another 20 years or so. And you're thinking to yourself, well, shit, it'd be nice to, you know what I'm saying? You take a little magic pill, all of a sudden, well, this whole, do I got to choose between my career or having a family? Nah. Because that's completely unfair. There ain't a pill out there to help women regain their fertility. That's kind of bullshit if you ask me. They'll force you to take birth control that causes women to get cervical cancer and shit, but they can't make a. That blows my mind. They can't make a fucking pill that helps women out in that department, you know? Christ.
You clothes, I'll cook for you. I'll have you.
Oh, this one's at rock bottom. She'll do anything to find what sounds like a husband, partner.
And that's what I'm saying, honey. Do not sacrifice your dignity for love. I know it hurts. Believe me, I know. As a man who's been rejected by every chick he's liked since fourth grade, I know how it feels. It sucks. It hurts. You're like, is there something wrong with me? You know what I'm saying? You feel ugly. You feel unattractive. You feel like you're not worthy of companionship, and you feel like you're going to be alone the rest of your life. But misery loves company, to quote, what was it, Satan's Bell? Yeah. Misery loves company, dude. Or whatever, whichever I put that song on. I think it was Satan's Bell. I don't remember. And that's just the kind of thinking that you have to say, you know what? No, screw the dating scene. I'm going to find someone amazing. And when she pops into my life, oh, you just got to keep that attitude. I know it's hard to keep a positive attitude when the world shits on you for it, for getting it and for trying or whatever, but like you got to stay strong on that, dude. It's a vicious cycle that repeats itself. It really is. Like anyone who's watching this Odin video with me knows, like, you're watching this chick cry her eyes out because she's sad. You know what I'm saying? And it sucks. This is beyond feminism. This is just dating sucks. Life sucks and love sucks. To be truthful with you, I hate Valentine's Day more than I hate Christmas because there's way too much pressure on people to find love. So on Valentine's Day, if I don't have anyone to spend it with, you know what I do? I spend it loving myself, getting drunk, smoking pot, and masturbating to some hot chick on Chatterbait that I'll never be able to have in a million years, unless I got signed by a major record label, or won the lottery, or both, or built my clock tower dream house. You know the chicks I'm talking about? Yeah.
Anything. Now, is this just a bad day? Or do you think there's a lot of women like this that kind of go, wow, I really was drinking the Kool-Aid, strong, independent woman, and powerful, and now I'm lonely. And now I'm trying to find a partner who wants to have kids, but I can't have kids. You see the point here?
Yeah, imagine how hard that is for women now. There were some women who were born not being able to have kids, and that sucks. But for like women who have drank the independency, drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak, you know, they got their independence, they got the high paying career, they're a CEO, they're 35 approaching 40, and you know, they just stop having periods. They haven't quite hit menopause yet, but you know what I'm saying? What about those women? They should be able to take a magic pill that restores their fertility like that. Like they were 25 again. And boom. They'll create these birth control pills for women that cause them to prevent them from getting periods, that cause them to get cervical cancer, among other things. But you can't give them a pill that allows them to reverse time like that, man. That is bullshit.
Because that's what you guys want.
Wow. Wow.
I'm no longer a feminist, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, jeez. So that was who was that? Hold up.
I'm just so desperate for a husband.
Odin's Men. Check out his channel. I'll put the video in the likes. 8 minutes of women regretting feminism. I don't like how, like, if society sucks or if people suck, it's blame masculinity and blame feminism, not, oh, hey, take responsibility for our own goddamn actions. Feminism didn't completely lie to women, I don't think. I think they just neglected to tell you some important details. You know what I'm saying? There are women out there who want to have kids, but they can't because of the way they were born or because their biological clock has simply gone tick tock, tick tock, tick. Shout out to Crystal Roberts. I see you restreaming the live on your channel. That's what's up. Oh boy. Got about that much beer left, and if I run out of alcohol, we'll break into the good stuff. So now we're going to take a look at a video that one of my fangirls sent me, which is the lovely Blair White reacting to woke dating profiles.
So Sarah, who thank God,
Like the response I did to Odin's Man involving that the Gen Z women think all men are trash. I'll redo that one. I might just do it in this one. The vocal covers are what fucked me on it on the last half of that. They were like, "Your video is taken down for copyrighted music." They're like, "Oh." So thanks YouTube for not taking down my YouTube channel because I sang some copyrighted music. I got halfway through this goddamn video I'm about to watch, and I had to literally go out and smoke a lolly because I was just like, what? And some of these are not out of line. If you're racist, transphobic, misogynistic, etc., then don't bother asking her out. I fully agree. I don't care how hot the woman is, how big her tits are, how fucking in all the right places she is, man. If you have the hottest chick on the planet, but she's a toxic feminist fucking cunt who hates men, I'm like, gee, I can't imagine why you're having a hard time getting dick, honey. That's what separates women from men, I feel like, is because most men won't give a shit. They're like, well, see, women won't put up with that crap. They don't give a fuck how nice your cock is. They don't give a fuck how big your biceps are. You could lift up your shirt and have like a 12-pack washboard abs. Looking like Fabio up in this bitch. Baking the meanest souffle. You could give the best feet rubs and the best pussy blowing action she's ever fucking had. Like better than the time she experimented with a fellow chick. You know what I'm saying? But you treat her like crap, depending on her personality, she's not going to put up with it. The only time she'll put up with it is if she's used to dating assholes or if she feels like she's not good enough for anyone. And that's usually the truth. Men, on the other hand, if you're hot enough, will put up with it just to get a piece. But me personally, I'm like, Even when you have women who are toxic feminists or have toxic femininity or what have you, it is so tempting for me to be the bigger asshole right back and just call off the opposite sex on their bullshit. But I'm like, no. That's the 5-year dry spell talking. Women have it hard too. Back up, take a deep breath. Be like, there's a nice way of saying it, and then there's a mean way of saying it. Women who are putting their lives in danger or doing grueling, labor intensive work to earn an honest living are now starting to realize that, boy, howdy, being a stay at home wife is much easier than this. 90 feet up in the air in the hot, sweltering summer sun. Tied to fucking harnesses so you don't fall off the edge of the building with your hard hat on. Holding this heavy ass rivet and putting like riveting like bolts into the side of the building to build it. Oh, jeez. All of a sudden you're like, yeah, being a traditional housewife, starting to look a lot easier, huh? Now, women who demanded equality, that's just it. Basic things like, well, if men have the right to vote for the president, women should have the right. That's not unreasonable. That is not unfucking reasonable. I'm all for women having equality, but outside of basic stuff like equal pay, etc., women don't realize how hard that men have in a society because sometimes they make it all about them. Men do it too, let's be real. But it's like, you think just because men have more privilege that we're tougher and stronger physically, that don't mean shit. because of all that crap, they automatically expect us to be tougher. So that when we're not tougher, we're ridiculed and demasculated, seen as beta bitch boys. And fuck suicide, but that's why suicide rates are higher in men than they are in women. I'm not saying you have to coddle men, but at the same time, men should be able to open up about their feelings and be like, and have a good cry every once in a while and be like, you know what? Life is hard. It sucks. I want a beer.
her pronouns in her bio because God knows what we would call someone named Sarah. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So today we're doing something really fun. We're actually going to be reacting to woke dating profiles now.
So we're here with the fabulous and lovely Blair White, who is a woman who has transitioned from being a biological male to being a trans woman. I don't know what Blair's pronouns are, but because she identifies as a woman, I will say I support what she does. I have several friends who are gay and or trans, and I know people in the community, and oh my God, these people have such a hard time with their lives because woke retards who are just like, oh, well, hey, if these lesbians want to make out and have sex, why can't that person over there fuck a dog? Because it's like bestiality is gross. We have to draw the line somewhere. Fuck sickos. Do not get me started on that shit.
Everyone's always reacting to cringy woke content on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Not really seen any of these videos, so we're gonna try it out. Now, these are really bad, just a forewarning. And what I've learned from observing these is that dating in 2022 is a nightmare.
Oh, you no shit. Preach it. Fucking preach. Dating itself is a fucking nightmare. It really is. Because everyone's super sensitive. I haven't really seen too much of this problem like in Casper, Wyoming, per se, because Casper is a more smaller, more conservative town. However, oh my God, conservatives are just a fucking treat, aren't they? Good God. Like, there's some members of the school board here in town that think trans kids should have their own classroom because they're worried, and I quote, that they might expose themselves to their classmates. Like, it's just the dumbest fucking ass backwards hillbilly bullshit. And I'm like, there is this thing called consent, and I'm pretty sure there's a great way to teach kids about that without being graphic. There's a great way to teach kids to be tolerant of trans LGBTQIAA plus without forcing them to go to drag shows. I saw that Blair White video where she talked about these drag queens dancing very inappropriately, very suggestively in front of kids. And I'm just like, Shane and Hannah, nope. Bridger West, kid behind the cameras, baby mama said it best. Ew! And what it's causing is it's causing kids to grow up way too fast, man. Let kids be kids. You know? Like, here's the thing of it. If kids want to be transgender, go for it. Let them cross-dress, have pronouns, all that. Wait to get surgery until you've gone through puberty as the gender you're assigned. It's just for health reasons. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Plus, if you grow tired of it and you want to, quote unquote, detransition, it's a lot easier to detransition when you haven't had the surgery yet. You could just say, well, you know what, I'm tired of blah, blah, blah. So you stop wearing dresses. That's a lot easier than going, Well, can't get that thing back. This sucks. Don't even get me started on this shit, YouTube, because it's like the Food and Drug Administration is so worried about the menthol cigarettes, but they're pumping our children's food full of unnecessary additives and hormones, which is causing your kids as young as 8 years old to hit puberty before they're even mature enough to fully grasp, like, what the hell's happening? You know, and that's just fucking messed up. That causes all kinds of messed up problems for kids too when they're hitting puberty way too early. And then because of this whole LGBTQIAA trans BS agenda is being forced down people's throats, rather than let them accept it on their own terms versus you have to accept it or you're a bigot. And it's like, could you? That's the kind of, if you're forcing anyone to do anything, that's the kind of crap that's going to make them want to go, get the fuck away from me, dude. Because of that, and because kids just want to be accepted like adults, they experience a mild form of gender dysphoria. They're unsure of who they are. So instead of working through it and counseling and letting them just do the whole cross dress thing and that's it, you have literal fucking sick fucks who are shoving puberty blockers down children's throats. So between them being forced to hit puberty way too early and then having their puberty blocked on top of it, it does some really messed up shit to their bodies and stuff. So yeah. And that's not transphobic, that's science. That's genetics.
Use a dating app to get into a relationship or find a boyfriend. I don't imagine it's that effective for that. I mean, I feel like it's all about hookups. Maybe I'm wrong. Interestingly, I think the majority of the boyfriends I've ever had I've found through video games, like online gaming. So today I'm going to educate myself on what exactly is going on with dating in this woke world. So this one's in a lesbian section. Keep in mind. So Clay, who is 30, wrote about himself.
What the fuck are these words? Clay, 30 years old, identifies as a communist, anti-imperialist, non-binary, and bisexual, and works with teens at a mental hospital and in grad school to be a therapist. Not a terrible person, mentally ill in a hot way. Your dog will like them. Okay, so it's like,
no, I would have never guessed by the appearance. Anti-imperialist, non-binary, and bi. Isn't that kind of contradictory? I mean,
not really. You can identify as non-binary and still find both genders attractive. I don't see why not, as long as you ain't a sicko.
Being bisexual denotes a binary, bi. So you're non-binary, but you're bisexual. Like, do you know what words mean? Like, I think you need to Google what sexualities you're claiming, because this doesn't make sense. I work with teens at a mental hospital and I'm in grad school to be a therapist. Well, that's kind of nice. Not a terrible person. The fact that you have to say that, I'm side-eyeing you, Clay. Mentally ill in a hot way. Wait, if you're mentally ill, why are you working with mentally ill people?
I will drink to that, Blair. Preach it.
That's like the blind leading the blind. I don't think you should have that job. Your dog will love me. Bella, come here, Bella. Let's see what Bella thinks. Do you like Clay? Do you like them? Okay.
Athletic wear from Alo Yoga. Bro, the chick they picked for that fucking ad.
Next, I'm swiping left. Is it left or right? Is it left if you don't want them or right if you like them? I'm throwing you away entirely. You're not even getting swiped. So Sarah, who thank God has her pronouns in her bio because God knows what we would call someone named Sarah, says you should not go out with me if you're transphobic, racist, misogynistic, etc.
I fully agree with that. If you're racist, transphobic, or toxic feminist, etc., then yeah. Although part of me wants to date an angry, pissed off female feminist just to say some shit that'll make her think, like, you know what I'm saying? And you cannot reason with people who are misogynistic or toxic feminist types, people who just hate you because you're the opposite sex. These people are literally, they create their own self-pity. They sit there and bitch because they can't get dick or pussy or whatever. Like, why is it so hard to find somebody? And it's like, well, call me an autistic bastard, but probably because you hate the opposite sex and you bitch about it when the other side does it. Like, you'll hear about these toxic females who are just like, oh my God, Stacey, fuck incels. Like, they're the worst. And fuck men too. And then you got these incel pieces of shit who are saying the same crap about women. And it's just like, stop feeding the cycle, goddammit. You want to better understand women, ask yourself, how would it feel to be in their shoes? You know, be like,
or if you're looking for a hookup. Shout out to you for being honest about not wanting a hookup and wanting a real.
that's just the thing of it. If you're doing the whole dating scene, be honest about what you want, casual sex or a long-term serious relationship.
I think that's admirable. However, as a general rule, when I'm having conversations with men or women or friends or whoever, it's like, I don't like opening with what I'm against. It's like, what are you for? Like, what do you support? What are you passionate about?
I would put a little bit of both. You know, I'll be like, this is what I'm into, this is what I'm not into. You like what you see, hit me up, you know?
Like, that's what I would look for in a dating profile. I know I'm taking this a little too seriously, but it's like you think you're writing something positive, but you're actually coming out negative. You're only talking about what you're against. And it's like, what's up with that? But you know, this is what CNN tells people should be their entire personality. So when you're an NPC and you don't have a brain for yourself, it's like, this is all your Tinder bio is going to consist of. Ab, who has her pronouns in her picture here, says she, her 3 times vaccinated, anti-capitalist, and yet you literally started this bio with a free advertisement for Pfizer, but that's, you know, that's okay. Anti-white supremacy, anti-fascist. E&M is just cheating. What is E&M? Well, we're going to Google this. Oh, ethical non-monogamy. Yeah, that is just cheating.
So E&M is basically ethical non-monogamy, a style of relationship where non-monogamy. Yeah, that's just cheating. Moving on.
How are you gonna have like one based take and have it at the very end? Like Kayla says, liberal BX, misogyny makes me uncomfy. Guacamole, pescatarian. The Office jokes. Black people are the best. Quote me. No such thing as straightness.
No such thing as straightness. Okay, so like, if you were to crap on somebody for being trans, you'd be seen as a bigot, but no such thing as straightness. Then what do you call it when I'm watching of age, alive, cisgendered, biological women on Chaturbate who are non-related, and I do things of a certain nature, i.e. wanking it?
What kind of planet do these crazy just live on?
Planet self-delusion and planet the world's going fucking insane.
I like material things because capitalism, and she put her cash app. I think it always comes down to that. Like, just say you a hoe, girl. Like, if this was me and I was using a dating app to advertise my cash app and just get money from dudes, I would literally just say I'm a hoe. please give me money, because at least that's honest, you know? I feel like this is literally like an AI created human being. Like this is literally just, I'm quirky, I like guacamole and I'm pescatarian. Something capitalism, something black, something straight, pay me. Like it's literally just an AI created human being. Amber says you should not go out with me if you don't understand ENM. So that's ethical non-monogamy. I think people get it. They just know that you're just trying to be a whole, which is fine. Like,
Okay, stop slut shaming Blair White. Keep in mind, if a dude is into E&M, he's seen as a pervert, and all men are the same. But if a chick does it and you're not into it, you can't handle a strong woman. So she writes, you should not go out with her if you do not understand E&M, kink shame, have disrespect for sex workers, don't grasp the concept that this country is on stolen land and Black Lives Matter. Well, I support BLM. I'm not here to kink shame as long as you ain't a sicko. You know, like if you're the kind of person that's into like pooping and shit like that, I'm just like I'm not here to like kink shame fecophiliacs or what have you, but like fecophiliacs are people who are obsessed with monkey stinks, basically poop. But like at some point you'd have to think to yourself, I just washed the goddamn bed. Normally people are embarrassed when you accidentally shit yourself or shit the bed kind of thing, you know. But like then you got these people who are into it, and I'm just like, gross. Like I think farts are funny. I can't understand having a fart, you know what I'm saying? Like if you see an of age female who's alive, non-related, cisgendered and all that, and consenting, doing like some like solo squirt video where every time she squirts, she rips ass. And it's like you can't take it if you think farts are really funny. It's hard to take it seriously, YouTube, because you're just like, what? Oh yeah.
my whole thing is, if I'm with you, I'm not sharing you. And I damn sure don't want you to share me. Because if you're willing to share me, then you actually don't give a fuck about me. That's my mentality. Everyone's different. I get that it works for some people, it doesn't work for other people. However, ethical non-monogamy is literally just a band-aid over the word cheater. Like that's my opinion. If you kink shame, I mean, I guess that's relatively okay. Everyone's into what they're into. It's like, as long as it's not something super foul, then I probably won't shame you. But also I might if it's funny, like have disrespect for sex workers. Is it just code that you're a sex worker? Because if that's the case, you should probably be a little more upfront about that. Don't grasp the concept that this country is on stolen land and Black Lives Matter. Challenge for Miss Amber. Good luck finding any country that isn't on stolen land. That's kind of how countries came to be, like all of them. But you know, don't let her get in the way of your annoying contender bio. These are pretty much all women I'm noticing, at least I think. I assume they were born women. It's like 2022. You have to look out for women that wasn't even born women. You have to look for these lived out freaks. Like it's just oof. Alicia, 27, she, they, barista, says, hello, I'm a baby queer. No. And partnered baby poly, dating separately. But you're a baby? Stop. Is that what that means? Hoping to make friends and explore my queerness. That just sounds gross.
No.
I'm a witchy, crafty mama to a little fella. That kid ain't got a chance. This kid is starting with every disadvantage in the world if this was their mother. Just saying.
Oh my fucking god. There are people out there who like to cosplay as babies and then do like adult kinky shit dressed as babies, and it's just, dude, no, gross.
vaccinated and anti-capitalist, gay flag. Again, it's like this is like they don't have personalities. Like, do you have a job? Do you go to school? Scorpio rising, Sagittarius, Sun. See, that's the other thing is it would be a no-go for me if someone had their astrological sign in their dating profile. It's like, girl, everyone always wants to blame all their behavior on their sign. It's like, I don't care if you're an asparagus. Just don't be a bitch. Maya, 21, says, hello, I'm bi and ace demi. What? No Trump supporters, honestly.
Oh, yeah, she's one of those anti-Trumpies. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Women lost their shit when Donald Trump said, grab them by the pussy. They were so fucking triggered, like, oh my God. Went off and called, but people went off and called Trump a pig and all this other shit. And I'm like, here's the thing of it, YouTube. How many times have you heard women gossip about a sleepover? It's no different. It's just gender reversed. So if you fucking hate President Trump because you think he, or should I say former President Trump, because you think he's a sexist pig and the whole grab him by the pussy triggered you, are you kidding me? I've been around women long enough, and when I hang out with them and they think I'm not listening, they say some fucking perverted shit that's just as bad as the guys. You know, some chick comes over to a sleepover party and they're literally having like, oh look, Cheryl brought tequila rose. Oh, you naughty bitch. And she's got like 2 or 3 bottles of tequila rose. And then these girls just get white girl wasted in their college dorm. Like, so what do you guys think about Matthew from math class? And they start gossiping about guys. And then they say the most deplorable shit women do because they can get away with it when they think nobody's listening. It's easier to blame men for everything when they're seen as the perverts, the perverted ones. And it's like no Trump supporters. Like, dude, Trump could cure fucking HIV and people would still hate his guts. That's what kills me about it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Just popular to hate the president, I guess. Now, I'm not saying I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not saying I'm a Biden supporter. I agree and disagree with some of their policies. I'm actually a goddamn independent, to be truthful with you. But here we go.
Looking for platonic cuddles. Are women deluded enough to think you can go on a dating app and ask for platonic cuddles and think that that's all the man is going to expect? Like,
It should. It's not even a matter of deluded. It's a matter of it's her body, it's her right, and no means no. If all she wants is cuddles, then that's all you're gonna get, dude. And if a dude cannot respect her fucking boundaries, you know, all the women who are bitching about how like Trump violated their boundaries didn't hear him say shit about when he's like, okay, how much money to shut you up? Never talk about this again. All of a sudden it goes out the question. All of a sudden your integrity and morality goes out the question when the Don's giving you some shut up money. And then 30, 40 years later, when that Trump money runs out, now you're going on like CNN going, he violated me without my permission. Joe Biden was accused of raping one of his female colleagues. I remember hearing about that, like, oh, like that, yikes. And I remember all these fucking anti-Trumpies coming out of the fucking woodworks, just bitching about how they're sick and tired of Trump and oh, blah, blah, blah. And Joe Biden's going to be the savior of this country. And then fucking now look at it. All the fucking assholes who were whining about Trump are now fucking disowning Biden as their president. And I'm like, oh, so what happened? Maybe you realize that being the president's not as easy as you think, and that initially every president inherits the last guy's mess. That's kind of how it works. But you gotta set aside your personal feelings. You got some dickhead in Russia picking on you. And it's like, oh, you want to go, motherfucker? America gives no fucks, dude. The Iraq war is proof of that. You fucking piss off America, we'll stay 20 years in your goddamn country and fuck everything up. We give no fucks, dude. But sometimes that's not the answer. You know what the answer is? World peace. Fuck the nukes. You with me on this, man? Like, as far as I'm concerned, if you use chemical nuclear warfare, you're a pussy. You're a coward and a pussy. Fuck the nukes. People are worried about nuclear warfare in World War III. Put away your dicks for a second and be like, how would it feel if, well, my enemy did that to me? You know? It's the golden rule, treat others the way you want to be treated. I think the war in Ukraine is stupid, and Vladimir Putin's a douchebag, communist, cocksucking cunt for what he's doing to the Ukraine. So Slava Ukrainia, I stand with Ukraine on these issues. You know, and it's like, yeah, thank God we're not gonna put up with that crap here in America. Oh, geez. Makes me proud to be an American. You know, and here's what I'm saying, like, I'm all for helping refugees escape the harsh wars of the Middle East and Siberia and Ukraine and Russia and all that. And it's like, dude, if you're willing to come to this country and be a productive member of society and contribute, and you're doing it to escape a hard life, I say welcome them. This is the land of the free, land of the opportunity. This is a country founded by immigrants. It's like you hear these racist assholes who are like, how they're sick and tired of immigrants coming in and stealing their land and their jobs and their way of life. And I'm like, then what the fuck is Christopher Columbus? Happy Thanksgiving, you bastards.
Who told women you can bring a man into your bed or go into their bed or cuddle and it's like there's no expectation of anything else? Like,
That, okay, that can happen, to be fair. I'll give you that. It's like if I was cuddling with an of-age woman and everything was consenting, of age, alive, cisgender, non-related, all that. which automatically all of that used to be implied if you said, I hate sickos and I'm straight. But now you have to say all these things because of pronouns.
I don't know what ace or dummy mean.
And that's the thing of it. If I'm cuddling with a woman, shit might pop up, dude. And at which point I'm like, I'll have to excuse myself to use the restroom for a brief minute. Because like if I'm not getting laid, I'm just gonna sit there and try to cuddle a woman, and then with a boner and not do anything about it. Like, anything consenting, of course. Meaning, if it was a first date and I was lucky enough to at the very least cuddle with her, and like, oh, look at that, your dick's getting hard. Okay, pull away for a second. I miss the cuddling more than I miss the sex, to be honest. In my 5-year dry spell, it's just something about being the big spoon, Yeah. Holding a woman safely in your arms. Especially when she's got her ass pressed into your crotch. You're just like, yeah.
Like, looking at this makes me feel old, and there is a 2 in front of my age.
Oh, there's a 2 in front of your age? Oh, you're only in your 20s. That's adorable, Blair, honey. I'm 31. I don't know when I'm gonna die. I don't quite frankly care. I'm just living one day at a time, I could live to be 48. I could live to be 112. Who knows, dude? You don't know what life has in store. And quite frankly, I don't give a shit. I want to live my life to the best of my abilities and do what I can to make the world a better place.
Only 1 more year. But there's a 2. So I know I'm not that old. And it's like, I don't understand. Like,
no, neither am I, dude. If you're in your 20s and 30s, you're not that old. You're still a spring chicken. You start getting a little bit older when you're like 40s, 50s, 60s, But age is only a state of mind. It really is. People are like complaining about how they feel old, and I'm just like, okay, look, Ozzy Osbourne's almost 74 and still rocking and performing. So age is only a state of mind. And Ozzy Osbourne loves doing what he loved doing on the stage. So it's like, yeah, dude. The minute, okay, hold up. 15-minute video, we're at 7 minutes in. It's 4:24, almost 5 o'clock. Should we bust out the good stuff? Yeah, let me just chug the rest of this real quick. I got about not much left. Yes. Cheers, YouTube. Don't believe everything you hear on TikTok and the news. The news is corrupt. You have Fox News and Cunt News Network. That's what I call Fox and CNN. It's just, ugh, dude. I'm an independent. Don't believe anything you hear on the news or on social media, kind of thing, You ever watch the fucking news? You get done watching the news and you're depressed, you're angry, you're sad, you're upset, and confused. That's their job. That is what they do. It is all propaganda to make you go, what the fuck is wrong with our society? And I don't gotta watch the news to feel that way. Turn on a YouTube video and here's a YouTuber bitching about someone else, and it's just like, well, the person you're bitching about's a fucking moron. If I'm around when I'm 74, I'm still gonna be making videos and drinking and smoking. You know, you just gotta keep going and never give up. That's the key in life sometimes. But yes, courtesy of the YouTube fans, we have some delicious E&J peach brandy. It's great. You stick it in the freezer for a bit until the bottle's ice cold. And you can drink it straight, but I like to mix it with like a cherry pop of some sort. Pretty tasty. Spank the demons, crack the bottle, make it holler. Mm. People accuse me of being an alcoholic, but I choose when and when I don't drink. And quite frankly, there are just some days where I want to drink, but I don't have money for alcohol, so I cope. And it's like, well, it is what it is. Go live, and if you get any money from your live videos, that's a bonus, you know? I go live to hang out and entertain my fans and share my perspective with the world.
Demi. Demi. Oh my god, it's like I say Demi 3 times and the pops up like Bloody Mary.
What do you want? Want a job that I don't hate.
Like the sky.
I knew a chick named Demi in high school, and she was cute. She had a wicked crush on me, but instead of just telling me like a normal person, she would hit me in the balls in front of everyone. And as a man who was raised proper to never hit a woman, of course, I never fight back. But after several months of her doing it and my parents talking to her at a restaurant, this is when I was a kid, mind you, she still kept on doing it. So finally, I had enough, and I just shoved her to the ground, and I said, "Stop hitting me in the fucking balls." And she quit after that. And it's like, okay, if you like somebody, and that's just immature kid shit, you know what I'm saying? But
So Kawaii, which is that your real name, girl? Because if it's not, I'm gonna have to hit the culture appropriation alarm on you. Breaking your own rule. Abrosexual.
what the fuck is? Okay, guilty of being an older millennial here, but I'm just like, what the fuck are all these goddamn terms? Abrosexual, what the even fuck is that? No, I'm a 90s baby, so of course I grew up listening to Korn, Linkin Park, Eminem, Cradle of Filth, you know, Ozzy Osbourne and Pink Floyd and stuff like that, you know. So to me, these concepts, and 9 times out of 10, it usually means something that already fucking exists. We'll get into that. I'm ignoring my phone because I'm doing a live video. It's nothing personal.
What does that? Oh, she said it means my sexuality is fluid. Then just say that. Why did?
Okay, that's like a making up the words within a making up of words. Okay, what the fuck is your sexuality is fluid? So what? You're sexually attracted to fluids? Oh, you're a naughty bitch. Get me drunk. Oh yeah, I want to pour you into my glass. I want to drink you. Oh yeah, and then if I get drunk enough, I might masturbate later. Oh yeah, you dirty bitch. That's not what. Okay, I'm busting balls. Calm down. They're like, okay, Cobra, you fucking smartass. It's not what fluid sexuality means. It basically means you're bisexual. Like if gender is not fluid, I don't know where the fuck they get this concept because one half of the argument is, oh, gender's a misconstrued concept and gender is fluid. I'm like, no, gender is male, female, trans, hermaphrodite. Okay, gender is not fluid. People are not fluids. We may be made out of water, yes, but we have other things besides fluid. Like y'all hitting that green crack a little too hard, like I love you, sweet leaf. Like, let me guess, you're also a pansexual too. You like watching hot water boil in a pan. It just really gets you off, you fluid sexual bastard. Joking. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, spank that bottle of fluid. You're a naughty little bitch, aren't you? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, fucking. Just kidding, YouTube. Okay, Cobra, the joke wasn't funny the first time. Just stop.
Such a hard time just saying bisexual. Like, if your sexuality is fluid, that means you like more than one gender, which means you're bisexual.
Sexuality cannot be fluid. Granted, yes, you create fluid when having sex, but that's a different story. How the fuck? Okay, how can your sexuality be fluid? Like, oh my god, me in the shower are gonna have a dirty time. I want to get my dick wet, you guys. All this fluid all over my junk. Oh yeah, you dirty shower head. Wash my ass crack. Like, okay, Cobra, pinching your nipples was a little too far for the joke, so that was visually disturbing for some of you out there watching. I'm sorry. Alcohol makes the funny come out. I'm a naturally funny motherfucker, but it's harder to contain the inner smartass when you drink. Now I got a copyright strike on my channel recently, so I'm going to be avoid doing vocal covers just for until I give it time to die down on the heat. Can I just say how fucking delicious cherry Coke and E&J Peach is? And if you can't find Coke and you're a Pepsi person, go with that. But E&J Peach Brandy is exquisite with cherry Coke. It is just, mm. Uh,
Is bisexual just like not cool enough anymore? I don't understand.
like, that's just the thing of it. If there's already a term for it, then just like, damn, this water's thick, son. Look at that thick water. Oh my god, that thick water. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, that thick water. Oh god. You can't call it thick water because that's offensive to people of a certain size demographic. So we have to call it gooey water now. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I'm cool with fat people, man. Shit. Anyone, you ever see thick water? That shit looks like straight up fucking goddamn cum in a fucking bottle, man. Like, damn. They said their sexuality was fluid. They weren't kidding, man. They're really getting into that thick water too, man. Damn, look how thick and juicy you are. Folks, I'm sorry. That's oh God. That was a joke, people. Calm down. I wasn't trying to make fun of pansexuals or like people who say that their sexuality is fluid. That was just a play on words. Of course, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have made that joke because some people are going to get super butthurt about that. So I'm going to retaliate with what do straight crazy people wear when it gets cold outside? A straight jacket. There you go. How do heterosexual men walk into a gay bar? Straight out. Anyone? So I gotta bust out my Rodney Dangerfield or what? I tell you what, no respect. I asked my wife for a boob job. I said, honey, can you titty fuck me? And she said, you want a boob job? Go see a plastic surgeon, you asshole. No, I tell you what. I asked my wife for a little bit of pussy the other day. She said, you want some pussy? Go adopt a cat from the shelter. No respect. I tell you what, Johnny, no respect at all. I asked my wife for a donkey steak. Wait, I messed that joke up. God damn it. Yeah. Try it again. I tell you what, Cobra can't get his jokes right today. What the fuck? Okay. I asked my wife for a piece of ass. You know what she said to me? I don't think Walmart sells donkey steaks. There we go. And I'll tell you what, no respect.
Leftist, open-minded, Hufflepuff. Girl.
Hufflepuff? Boo! Hufflepuff sucks! Everyone knows that Slytherin's the coolest house in Hogwarts. And I'm not just saying that because their house colors are black and green and their emblem is a snake. People are like, Cobra, you're going to get any more tattoos? I want to get a dark mark right here below my Cobragram. I want to get a monster green M right there from the can. You know, the green M on the front of the can right there. I want to get an ace of spades right here. Like right in here with the skull in the middle, all done in black and green. I want to get demon wings on my back. And I want to get an all-seeing Illuminati eye right there in between my eyebrows, done in like neon glow in the like neon blacklight ink. So that when if I'm at a club and they bust out the blacklight, it's like. Although it's called the Eye of Lucifer, it was originally known. So there's some fascinating history for you about that. It wouldn't just be like a triangle and an eye. It'd be nice and detailed with like the pyramid lines and everything. But then I digress. And like my demon wings on my back would like they'd arch and they'd come down like to about here. But like tattoos are fucking expensive, you know that. And maybe get like the Deathly Hallows symbol right here underneath my Cobra. And if there was a way for them to make like the dark mark from Harry Potter, but the snake coming out of the skull's mouth is like a monocle cobra from behind, but you see the hood. and a little circle and just the head. That'd be cool. Anyways, spurging off.
They always got in Hogwarts house in their shit. It's like, what? Harry Potter, fundamental part of my development as a person, but I hate what J.K. Rowling has turned into.
Oh my fucking god, this fucking Kawi bitch. I hate what J.K. Rowling's turned into. Oh, jeez. Oh my fucking god. Shut the fuck up with this J.K. Rowling's being politically incorrect bullshit. It's like J.K. Rowling's Dumbledore is gay, so like she gave LGBTQ plus some representation, but that's not enough. She should have made Snape transgender too. Oh, Cobra, you're pushing edges today. Some dickheads in Scotland are like, oh, hey, if you're a convicted criminal, rapist, whatever, you can identify as female at the last minute when you're getting arrested. So some asshole in Scotland raped a bunch of women, and as he was getting arrested, screamed at the cops that he was transgender. So now, because of Scotland's new law, they had to book him as a female and put him into a female's prison because, you know, progressivism. It's like if a dude rapes a bunch of chicks and then identifies as a goddamn female and is sentenced to a female prison with his dick still intact, able to get hard and everything, the dude's not going to learn a fucking thing. And J.K. Rowling says that ain't right. That's a violation of trans rights and women's rights. And instead of these asshole bigots on the trans side who are like, if you identify as a trans woman or a woman in general, you know what I'm saying? You think to yourself, hey, this asshole's abusing the system and this is why trans people have it so hard. Nope, they jumped the you are a fucking transphobe gun and went as far as to dox J.K. Rowling's address. And I'm like, that's too goddamn far, mate. That's too bloody far. If you disagree with J.K. Rowling's stances on things, maybe instead of reading between the lines and assuming that it's because she's probably a phobe of some sort, right? And like most 30-year-olds, 31-year-olds, I grew up with the original 7 Harry Potter books. Because of my first grade teacher, Mrs. Hammerlick, I struggled with reading. And when I was younger, my dad would read the Hardy Boys to me for story time. And my mom would read my stepmom would read Harry Potter to me. And because of that, my vocabulary and my reading went from being this horrible to, by the time I was a senior in high school, my reading had advanced to a college level. And yes, Harry Potter inspired me to want to explore witchcraft and magic. And then listening to Cradle of Filth and Ozzy Osbourne furthered that interest. Yeah. Have you heard Blackest Magic in Practice by Cradle of Filth? The guitar solo in that just fucking rips, dude. Blackest Magic in the Practice! Mr. Crowley! Dun, 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 dun. Now, E&J Peach is pretty smooth by itself, but when you mix it with a cherry soda pop, a little bit of caffeine for your alcohol, it's called a shandy. That's what they call it in the European countries when you mix wine or beer or hard liquor with like a carbonated beverage. It's it's called being cultured, you assholes. Like I said earlier, people are just way too goddamn defensive. It's like, bro, not everyone's racist, not everyone's sexist, not everyone is transphobic. But when you look at the history of women and blacks, minorities, and gays, it's understandable that they're a little hostile about it. However, I'm all for giving, these individuals more rights and equality, but at the same time, it doesn't mean you now get to bully me because I'm white, straight, heterosexual, cisgendered male. Doesn't work like that. You know what I'm saying? It just, you know what I'm saying? Because that just makes you, that's called revenge sexism, revenge racism, and straight phobia. People call it revenge, or people call it reverse sexism. And I'm like, okay, it's not, if it was reversed, it wouldn't be sexist. You fucking morons. Do you have access to a dictionary? Instead of like scrolling through your goddamn phone looking at porn all day and what the fuck so and so is posting on their Facebook, why don't you learn how to fucking understand words? I'm not going to say that I'm the smartest person out there, but I'm a lot smarter than people give me credit for. And it's just one of those things where if you want to use fancy dictionary words, you got to know your audience because a lot of people are going to look at you like, that's a made up word. You's talking in riddles. It's like, no, I'm not. Look it up in a dictionary. What the hell's a dictionary?
Still deciding what to do about that. See, this is what happens when you're so open-minded that your brain falls out, Miss Kawaii, because if you just have this nuanced understanding of life to where you can identify as abrosexual and
Which, hey, if you're a Harry Potter fan and you smoke marijuana, check out my Harry Potter themed pothead t-shirts. They're on my customized girl. I have one for each house, and they're all like pot themed. Gryffindor is Griffin Dank. Ravenclaw is Ravencough. Hufflepuff is Huff and Puff. And then the last one says Smoking with Slytherin. So I really couldn't think of a clever, and they're great. So, like, if you're a Harry Potter fan and you smoke pot, there you go. Holidays are just around the corner. So, that being said, if you got a King Cobra JFS fan in your life, and you can't get a hold of one of my awesome handmade wands, buy some merchandise or buy some tactical soap. Speaking of Harry Potter, if you want to spread some magic into your adult sex life with your fellow consenting adults, consider checking out Tactical Soap. Link description box below. And using coupon code KingCobra plus the affiliate link that you see often in my description boxes, that helps me make a little bit of cheddar and it helps you smell better. Why do I like wearing tactical soap products? Because of the reaction I get from adult women who are, it gets your estrogen going and you're just like, shit, that dude smells good. Yeah. So use coupon code KingCobra for 15% off this holiday season. And I swear by tactical soap. You know, I know it works. I don't have to get laid to know that tactical soap works. If I get laid because I'm wearing it, for me, that's just a bonus. I wear tactical soap because I like the way it smells. And I like the way adult women react to it when I wear it in public. It's just like, that goth hippie looking fucker smells good. It's cold cut pressed soap. It's pheromone infused, which is designed to drive the women crazy. Crazy! Yeah. And it's cold cut pressed soap. It's all natural, has no chemicals in it. It's all natural. And it's great for your skin, man. That's most definitely what the frick is up. I'm actually fixing to order myself some more after a bit because I have a bunch of slivers that I'll save when I'm out and I want to wash with it. However, it's nice to have a proper stock of that sort of thing. They have Bond, Maverick, and Durden 1, 2, and 3. The soaps are named after Bond, as in James Bond, Maverick, as in Top Gun, and then Durden, as in Fight Club. So, smell like a man. Their God of War pheromone beard oil will leave my beard soft as silk. You can also mix and match your favorite tactical products with their amazing cologne sticks. They're like about yay big. And then there's a little cologne stick you can put on yourself when you're in between showers. And you don't have time to grab a quick shower. So you're like, so that's not an excuse to not shower, behave yourselves. But like, yeah, dude, my 3 favorite scents from tactical soap are Bond number 1, Maverick number 3, the green kind, and Bond number 2. And I'm excited to see what Scott Carr comes out with for the number 4s. And like, hey, women I've crushed on in the past are like, shit, you smell good. And I'm like, yeah. So check out the tactical soap. I struggle and suffer from Asperger's syndrome, which is a form of autism. So my confidence with women is going to be, look at me, dude. I'm going bald. I got a little bit of a beer guts. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I struggle with having confidence issues. But when I wear tactical soap, it's like having a wingman on your skin. You know what I'm saying? It really is. You wash with it before going to the club or going to the bar. Like, if I could get just a couple of celebrities to endorse into this soap, they'd be like, I see why Cobra wears it. Like Johnny Depp, bro, you would be dangerous at Johnny Depp. You would be dangerous on the dating scene while wearing tactical soap. And you may think to yourself, well, you're Johnny fucking Depp. You don't need, you know what I'm saying? Nah, 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 regardless if you need it or not, you got to check out tactical soap because the soap that you normally wash with has chemicals in it that are bad for your body, bad for your testosterone, and bad for your skin. You know what I'm saying? I feel a surge of confidence and cockiness and bad boy attitude when I wash with tactical soap. And you know, you don't gotta take my word for it, but get yourself one bar. And if you don't like it, hey, you know, you don't have to buy it again. That's just fine. But Bond number one is my all-time favorite out of all the scents. It's black, which makes it look goth as fuck. And it smells of leather and charcoal with a hint of sweetness. It's very masculine. Each soap is designed to make women horny, but they all do something different. Like Bond number one will make women feel safe around you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So check it out, people. The holidays are right around the corner. Get your dad some tactical soap. Get yourself some. Get your, you know, get your buddy some. Yeah. I am psyched to see what Scott Carr comes out with Bond, Maverick, and Durden number four. Beautiful.
Make some shit up out of thin air, but you're not nuanced enough to understand that J.K. Rowling has like a belief in biological sex without hating anyone. Like,
That's just the thing of it. I fully agree, and thank you, Blair White, for saying that. Like J.K. Rowling has a belief in biological gender without hating anyone. That's the problem with our society anymore. YouTube is you're not allowed to have an opinion because it automatically means you hate somebody or a movement or some bullshit, and it's just like I want to send Ozzy Osbourne some tactical soap and be like, yo, from one badass dude to another. Of course, Ozzy Osbourne is God in my eyes. Be like, dude, your wife Sharon's gonna love the way you smell, dude. Of course, giving a formerly recovered sex addict access to a soap that has pheromones that's designed to make women horny. Ooh. But just because tactical soap makes women horny doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get laid. But like waiting patiently is the key. You smell good, you got a wicked sense of humor. You know, you could be the ugliest dude on the planet. You got no muscles, a tiny ass dick. You know what I'm saying? The soap will work for you, dude. And sometimes you just got to rethink how you do shit. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe your dick's not big enough to touch her cervix when you fuck her. So you pump a little faster, you know? Spend more time on foreplay and getting her off through oral and shit. Really, it's just what it is. Like tactical soap, all is fair in love and war, so gain the tactical advantage. And yes, they're starting to come out with pheromone soap for ladies to attract men. So the playing field is totally even, fellas and ladies. Ladies, could you imagine your man smelling so goddamn irresistible you can't keep your hands off of him? It's like, oh my god. I've heard whenever I rock my tactical soap products, I've heard women go, "God damn it, Josh doesn't realize how sexy he smells," and I'm like, "Yeah." And even if it don't lead nowhere, trust and believe. That's a confidence booster, fellas. And I'll tell you what, I hate sickos more than I love my tactical soap. King Cobra is the coupon code. And fuck sickos. And fuck the trolls. And fuck all these fucking morons. Oh my god, it's exhausting. The video that Blair White's making right now is precisely why I'm not with online dating. And I'm like, I'd rather shoot my shit with a local chick at a bar. so I can at least see what I'm getting into before. Be like, is she a bot? Am I getting into a crazy Karen kind of thing? Like, nah, dude. And I hate that term, YouTube. I hate that. Oh, you're such a Karen. Like, shut up. There are a bunch of awesome women who are named Karen, and they get a bad reputation because of the little cunts that have to ruin it. Like, you're such a Karen. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're such a Chad. It's like, you're retarded.
I don't know, neuroatypical.
But I'm like, hey, you know what? If you're a Harry Potter fan, at the very least, I can fuck with that. Even if your house is Hufflepuff. You know what I'm saying? People are so quick to be like, yeah, but Cobra, wasn't Voldemort in Slytherin? Hey, man, not all Slytherins are bad. Look at Professor Snape. I feel like Slytherin just gets a bad reputation because, you know, their house mascot's a snake and...
Disney nerd. Oh, she's a Disney fan. I'm sorry. I fuck with Disney. Not so much anymore because they've done some weird stuff. Like they're
No, I don't even fuck with Disney, dude. I used to fuck with Disney when I was a kid. The original VHS Disney tapes, I've seen them all, dude. I grew up watching old school Disney VHS tapes. The original classic VHS. You're from the 90s. You had a VCR, Aladdin, Fox and the Hound, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, The Little Mermaid, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Lion King, Aladdin. What else? You know the ones I'm talking about. Those vintage, The Rescuers, you know. Where my 90s babies at? We're all 30 years old now. How do you like them apples? Maybe it's just like programming. I don't know what you want to call it, but like growing up watching those Disney movies as an adult now, it makes me want to treat women like a queen and a princess. And when you treat a woman like a queen, you don't gotta, or a goddess, you don't gotta kiss her cunt to be nice to her. Just treat the woman the way you'd want to be treated. Again, the golden rule, YouTube. It's getting dark in here. You know the original Disney Aladdin with Gilbert Gottfried as Iago? I grew up watching that shit as a kid. So, like, it kind of hit me a little bit when Gilbert Gottfried passed away. I was just like, man. And right after Bob Saget, dude. I grew up watching Full House, Uncle Jesse, Have Mercy, you know, and it's just like, you know, I remember watching Bob Saget's comedy because I was a fan of Full House. And just some of the raunchiest shit that come out of his mouth as an adult, I'm laughing my ass off. Like, this guy's fucking hilarious. Well, if I would have been a little bit younger, I would have been slightly shocked, like, oh, I can't believe he said that. I just don't believe it. The hell was that? My shitty attempt at Gilbert Gottfried's iconic, unique voice. Oh, that's the stuff. That is the stuff.
Doing like child transition surgeries on their network, which is like,
don't even get me started on that shit, Blair. And I'm pretty sure Blair White would agree with me on this. That transgender surgery for kids should not exist because there are so many health consequences associated with that, from preventing kids from entering and, and all that. But we're not going to get into it because I've spent videos bitching about this topic. So if you don't believe me, do the research.
There's something about like adults, like 30-year-olds.
And that's what pisses me off about the whole thing. It's like, hey, you know what? If kids could possibly get cancer because they transition way too early with their surgeries, by not allowing them to go through puberty as the gender they're assigned, this could cause them to have so many health problems later on down the road. And instead of examining the science, it's automatically you're some kind of transphobic piece of shit. And I'm just like, ugh. Now, given the musicians that I listen to, I'm not going to give people crap for being trans because the musicians I listen to are biologically male, but they do challenge the gender norm that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you look at Ozzy Osbourne and Cradle of Filth, like, you see any of, like, the goth makeup and all this other shit. So, like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to crap on somebody for being transgender. To be quite honest with you, if Danny Filth or Ozzy Osbourne came out as trans, I would still support them and idolize them. It doesn't mean I would be like that myself, but you know what I'm saying? People want to be like, oh my God, Cobra's this fucking autistic bigot asshole. And I'm just like, you really don't know me that well, do you?
Miss Kawaii that are just like all about Disney, always at Disneyland, always watching Disney movies, dressing up as a princess. It's like, that is one step above a fairy in my mind. Chronic illness sufferer, SJW. You admit to being an SJW, that's new. Polyflexible.
There's nothing wrong with being a social justice warrior and standing up for what's right. I'm an SJW. Vampire, goth, hippie, demon, warlock, SJW, MGTOW, feminist. There you go. Those are my fucking pronouns. Vampire, demon, hippie. How does that work out? I don't have to suck blood to be a vampire. I can also drain people's energy from across the room. That's real talk. And feed my life force just by drinking off of their energy from across the room. I don't have to make any physical human contact to drain someone's energy. I don't have to contact anyone to drain someone's energy. People are just like, are you a warlock or a witch? And I'm like, no, I'm a cobra demon. I'm something much more powerful. You have no idea the energy I fuck with or the magic I practice. the cosmos, the universe.
What does this mean? Like, these people invented their own language, and they like hate.
They kind of have, Blair White, and you can. Oh, Blair White lives a long and happy, healthy life. I'm very supportive of trans individuals, as long as you ain't a sicko. But Blair White, honey, you can get away with saying this crap because, hey, you know, you're trans. If a cisgendered male were to go off and make this rant, he would be canceled so quickly. So Blair White's the one that said it. Y'all made up your own fucking inclusive language. Oh, shit, fuck.
People who don't understand their language or like conform to it. And here come all the poly people, I'm sure, commenting that I'm like a bad person for not understanding it. I don't have the confidence to understand not everyone's gonna get it. If I was poly,
and that's exactly how we feel from our perspective. Like, the thing of it is, Blair White, I'm not trying to be a dick about the situation, but a lot of people are not going to understand why you're trans or why the way you are, and they get labeled a dick because of it. And then, in order not to exclude anyone, if you don't understand the way someone else thinks, you also get labeled as some kind of bigot. And I'm like, it's pretty sad when now the people fighting against bigotry are the ones being called one, which is simply asking questions.
I expect other people who are monogamy minded to understand it. And I would not get pissed off at them not understanding it. So this person says queer poet, writer, artist, actual meme impression and chill. What's that mean? Survivor of internet fame and infamy. Is the person famous? PTS.
Oh, you want to talk about survivor of internet fame and infamy? Look no further than yours truly. I've been getting bullied on YouTube since I started off in my parents' basement as Gothic KingCobra62. Then that account got deleted because I flashed my dick and my ass on camera and told the trolls to suck it. And then one of my fans recreated the account with all my old videos and saved it as Gothic King Cobra. And then that account got deleted because that account was created by YouTube trolls who are like, let Cobra ride this fame a little bit longer and then delete his account, he'll stop. And I created the current account you see here today, known as King Cobra JFS. And yeah, I've been kicking ass and killing it on YouTube ever since. Oh, this is a really fucking tasty drink combo. Fuck me, YouTube. E&J peach brandy with the nice tasty cherry soda pop. The combination of cherry and peach is one of my favorites. But yeah, let me just sip on that real quick.
And bipolar, run if you have to, or stay in maze. They, them, go glitter yourself. Hashtag winning. T got DX.
Hashtag winning.
And take all my pills on time. Chronic pain, spoony life. Human rights worker. Let's go for a walk. Polyamorous and engaged. And really into relationship anarchy. Chaos magician. Reality hacker, pagan, stereotypical SJW, probably. Yeah, you think? I mean, honestly, you're not the stereotypical SJW. I feel like the stereotypical SJW is just going to be in here writing, like, don't swipe right if you're racist. It's like,
you get all these fucking assholes who are on TikTok who will use demon as their pronoun. and they're trying way too hard to like present themselves as such. They put on like the spooky goth contexts. They make their eyes look all black, like they're possessed, like in the movies. They wear a bunch of goth makeup, and it's like, do you even fuck with demonology or black magic, or are you just a poser pussy? And 9 times out of 10, it's usually they're just a poser doing it for attention because they think, and it's like, listen here, motherfucker. When you go to a haunted cemetery and summon demons doing a Ouija board, and then in broad daylight, you see a demonic shadow dart between the headstones, and you're not even tripping on acid or shrooms, and you feel this energy in your bones like Satan's commanding you and calling you, like this is your calling, brethren. Then you can talk to me about some shit. Until then, shut the fuck up. Like you identifying as demon just to piss off your Christian conservative parents, but it's like, dude, stop. So like this is the whole goth fad when you're in junior high all over again. Some people realize that's who they are, and some people just do it to piss off society and cause a stir up. This how is this any different? Because when I was a kid, it was frowned upon if you were a goth or punk. You were seen as a misfit to society, and really not much has changed in that respect. If you were a dog collar in the right town, people look at you like you were a goddamn degenerate. Uh, oh fuck. I'm like, dude, you're doing it to piss off your parents and piss off society. You're doing it for the wrong reasons. If you're doing it because this is who I am. As somebody who has embraced myself as a person, this is why I don't go after trans people. As long as you're not a sick fuck, who cares? You know, as long as you're not a sicko or a racist, sexist, inhuman piece of shit, abusive fucking retard, who cares? If you're not willing to like bring in a Ouija board into a super haunted cemetery and try to summon demons, then don't sit there and call yourself a demon on TikTok just for views. It's fucking retarded. It'd be like saying, "Oh, hey, you're Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan," but you know what I'm saying? You can't name one song of his. You're just doing it for the clout and the recognition. Mr. Crowley! People like that are annoying. You claim to be a fan of their music, but it's like name one song that isn't Crazy Train. Okay. Iron Man, which is also part of Black Sabbath. Patient number 9, which that was recent. One of those days. Dude, patient number 9 is so fucking good. The whole album just slaps. But like if I had a favorite song on patient number 9, it'd be the one with the dueling guitar in the opening. Living in yesterday, the song, and then like the music video, you see the chains swirling, and then you see all these Victorian houses off in the side, and yeah, it's all good in my opinion, but it's just like I like that song because of the dueling guitar. Like dueling guitar just spices up your track. Yeah. And people are like calling me a poser when I'm like, dude, I got my Aussie knuckles right fucking here. And even though Ozzy does his up here and they're not like just the OZZY, these ones are more like detailed with like the font that he does on his albums and shit. My two favorite colors and one of my favorite singers. That's why I got it. And the story behind the Aussie Knuckles is quite cute, but you've already heard it a million times, so I digress. But it's like, here's the thing of it. At some point, you have to think to yourself, if you're in your dating profile and you have like a list of things describing yourself, and you haven't even gotten to like the main situation of why you're looking for love and what you're looking for. You spend all this time describing everything and who you are and your fucking stupid pronouns. I support pronoun rights as long as you're not abusing it, but at the same time, I kind of feel like pronouns are a self given nickname. People like growing up, it's like you can't just give yourself a nickname, yet somehow in today's society, and I can remember when I identified as a cobra demon when I was younger, and my parents fought me on it, even taking me to therapy and being like, "Our son thinks he has powers." I've forgiven my parents for it, but I laugh because now it's a thing on TikTok where people on TikTok are identifying as demons. So I'm like, I'm not saying that encourages it for me, but at the same time, like I don't need spooky Halloween contacts to make my eyes go all black. Like when you see these possession movies where like the demon possesses somebody and their eyes go all black and it's spooky as fuck. If I focus hard enough and channel my inner demon magic, I can do that myself without having to wear spooky contacts. People have seen my eyes. People on YouTube have legitimately seen my eyes go demonic red. And it's just like, bro, like not the actual eye itself, but like my iris. And it's like, dude.
Collecting as many nonsensical words as possible and constructing like an alternate.
And here's the thing of it: if somebody's desperate and they're looking for companionship, they don't want to sit here and read through 5 paragraphs of pronouns and how you self-identify. You know what I'm saying? And then you know what I'm saying. I guess the truth, if you're looking for serious companionship or maybe a casual one night stand or whatever, you don't want to read through like 10 bazillion paragraphs of why that person's a special snowflake. And if you don't respect them or their opinions, you're a bigot. How they're allowed to disrespect you for being normal or more normal by society standards. Definition of normality does not exist because each person's definition of normal is different. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Now, before I finish this goddamned fucking video, 'cause we got like 5 minutes left, I'm gonna go out and kill the rest of this cigarette from my NXT pack and take a piss. Again, I'm not intentionally ignoring the phone. Just, I want to focus on the live stream because people don't want to watch me fucking with the phone and shit.
I've never felt more disconnected from like a huge segment of the population until reading this. I really
That cigarette didn't take long to finish.
underestimate how rarely I ever interact with these types of people in real life. It's actually almost never. And it's like they have their own language. And I'm sorry, why are they all mentally ill? Speculate on that in the comments.
Breaking all the rules. Oh, shit, fuck. Breaking all the rules. Mr. Tinker Chin. Fuck at the moon.
Not even making fun of them. They literally all have mentally ill in their bios. So Joy is in.
Yeah, here's the thing of it, dude. If you are having a dating profile and you list your dating profile mentally ill, that's going to scare a lot of people off, but at least you're being honest with it.
The lesbian section is what you need to know. And I'm blurring out faces on this because I do feel like it's a little unfair to show their faces. You know, I know that Tinder and dating apps are still like public, but it's also like, I don't know, it's not like Twitter or Instagram. Like they're there to date. So I feel a little bad showing their face. But what I will say is this is not a woman or even a trans woman. This is just a dude in the lesbian section. I'm sorry. It is.
Okay. Who the fuck are you to judge, Blair White? Maybe this Joy person hasn't fully transitioned and they identify as a Caitlyn Jenner, which is basically a trans woman who's attracted to lesbian women and they haven't fully transitioned yet. And here's Blair White of all fucking people being like, "Oh, I'm sorry, but you don't know, you just did that." And I'm like, really? If someone goes off and says, "Hey, Blair White, you're not a real woman, you're just a dude with tits," she'll lose her fucking shit and be like, "How dare you, you fucking bigoted, blah, 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 blah." But here she is crapping on Joy, 37 years old, who says they write in their profile equality and social justice programs at independent prep school, queer, demisexual, trans feminine, lives in New York, and their pronouns she, they. I'm like, okay, you expect us to call you a woman because you've transitioned all the way, but you won't extend that same gratitude towards some random nobody on the internet who's just trying to find love? What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, yeah, hypocrisy. At the same time, this is where a lot of lesbian women feel uncomfortable because they'll get dudes that hit on them and they're like, they go off and tell those dudes that they're lesbian and that they're not into dudes, they're into chicks. And I'm not going to pick on Blair White too hard here because that's just mean, YouTube. Hold on, let's rewind this little section right here.
They're all mentally ill. Speculate on that in the comments. Not even making fun of them. They literally all have mentally ill in their bios. So Joy is in a lesbian section, is what you need to know.
What you need to know is that Joy is a male transitioning into female who identifies as trans feminine. So that you're a trans female who identifies with feminine characteristics. And maybe they don't have the money that Blair White's had to fully transition. So they're still in their stages of life. And I'm like, as long as you ain't a sicko, who cares?
And I'm blurring out faces on this because I do feel like it's a little unfair to show their faces. I know that.
I'll agree with Blair White. Yeah, it is unfair to show these individuals' faces. So you blurring them out of their protection is pretty awesome of you. But who the fuck are you to judge? Of all people, dude. Dudette, they, them, she, he, it. Back in my day, if you would have called a gay person an it would have been seen as disrespectful and degrading. But now you have individuals who want you to call them an it. So it's like, am I the only one seeing how fucking batshit crazy our society is?
Tinder and dating apps are still like public, but it's also like, I don't know, it's not like Twitter or Instagram. Like they're there to date. So I feel a little bad showing their face. But what I will say is this is not a woman or even a trans woman. This is just a dude in the lesbian section. I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Blair White. You want to say this is just a dude in the lesbian section? It's like you don't know what they personally go through. And I'm not trying to attack Blair White, but it's like, as somebody in her position, you think she'd be a little bit more tolerant. This is just a dude in the lesbian section trying to get some pussy, according to what Blair White said. And I'm like, okay, who are you to speak up for joy? You don't know what that person's going through. You don't know what their pronouns are. You don't know how they self identify. And for somebody who claims to be an advocate of this movement and how you're sick and tired of gays and trans bullying each other, here she is just being like, I'm sorry, guys, but this is how I think. And I'm like,
is what it is. Queer, demisexual, trans, feminine.
oh, look, Blair White, you're so exhausted by this crap. I'm like, well, you're a part of that movement, so you already know how it goes down. This joy person identifies as a queer, demisexual, trans, feminine.
I'm like literally too sober for this. Maria says,
No, I'm not sober. Yeah.
pronouns bun self, allosexual.
Okay, and even I'm confused. I'll give Blair White some credit here. But it's like when your pronouns are bun/bun self, allosexual. I'm like, what the fuck is an allosexual? Are you attracted to aluminum? I have no idea. Okay, these are all just play on words, and a lot of people are going to be like, oh, Cobra, you're pushing buttons again. And it's like, I'm just asking questions. Calm down.
True cute. What the f is that?
True cute. Yeah, I agree, Blair White. What the fuck is that shit?
I'm Googling true cute. True. I can't even say it. These people.
Okay, when I first heard of Blair White, people are like, that's a trans woman, dude. Used to be a dude. And I'm like, bullshit. So, yeah, after hearing about that, I'm like, hey, man, I'm not into trans people like that, but I'll support what they do, what they them do, as long as you're not a sicko. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a big difference between, okay, some dude wants to turn his penis into a fake vagina and get some fucking plastic tits, and then now they're forcing everyone around them to call them a she and a they them. It's annoying, it's inconvenient, it's stupid. There's like a whole bunch of political bullshit that goes behind it, but that's a big difference between that and someone being like, okay, well, they want to fuck inappropriate things. There's a big difference. And this is exactly where the trans community and the LGBTQIAA plus has a problem. You got some asshole who's a phobe, who's against LGBTQ plus because they're a gay phobe or whatever, and then they also hate sick fucks. And then when you got a bunch of assholes who are just like trying to normalize sick fuck behavior because the gay community wants to marry the same sex, to them they don't see it as this is just assholes ruining it for the gay community. All these homophobes see it as another reason to hate these people, and that's what makes it so goddamn difficult for trans and LGBTQ plus individuals.
Crazy. Define true cute. A slur.
True cute is an Urban Dictionary one, a slur used by trans medicalists to call any non dysphoric transgendered person to imply that they aren't real trans people and are just identifying as trans to be included or to have attention. I'm like, see, now you're just like everybody else. If you followed the like behavioral talking points of this video, like I said earlier, you're just doing it for a motive or a narration. Oh, fucking hell. Excuse me.
Used by trans medicalists to call any non-dysphoric transgender person to imply they aren't real trans people. Yeah, you. That's you. That's you. You are that slur. Period. I'll say it. If your pronouns are bun and buns off, you ain't trans. I don't care. Flower crown.
Wait, what was that last part?
Was to call any non-dysphoric transgender person to imply they aren't real trans people. Yeah, you. That's you. That's you. You are that slur. Period. I'll say it. If your pronouns are bun and buns off, you ain't trans. I don't care.
Okay, so who died and made Blair White the queen of all trans people? If your pronouns are buns and bun self, you're not a real trans. And I'm like, that is so fucking typical. I'm so tired of that. And you know what? As a goth, I experienced that in the goth community. It's no fucking different, dude. It's like, oh, okay, well, if you listen to X, Y, and Z music, you're not a real goth. If you don't wear the same nail polish that I wear, you're not a real goth. And how many times I've gotten called a mallcore poser because I listen to Cradle of Filth? And I'm like, listen here, ass wipe. I'm 80% British, and I love British culture. It's a part of my heritage, even though I'm a proud American. So kiss my ass. You know, the whole fucking reason why the goths and the punks would rebel against society is because they're sick and tired of people saying, well, basically, you're not cool enough to be a part of our group. That's what it is. You're not goth enough because you don't listen to the same bands we do. And they were sick and tired of the conformity kind of thing. You would think, but it's like even in the goth community, it's like you get these pretentious goth wannabe fucks who were like, oh, well, instead of being like, hey, you know what? This person over here listens to a goddamn goth band that nobody's heard of, but this person over here listens to Cradle of Filth, and the one who listens to Cradle is getting called a poser because they're mainstream. And it's like, listen here, you dumb fucking cunts. It's fucking stupid. I didn't the whole punk movement start because you wanted a place to belong for yourself and you were sick and tired of people judging you because you weren't normal by society's definitions? And now it's like you got the similarities with the LGBTQ plus community. It's fucking stupid. It's like, oh, what bands do you listen to? Well, I listen to Grigoroth and Cradle of Filth and Demi Borg and Marilyn Manson. Oh my God, you're such a poser. Those artists are so mainstream, blah, blah, blah. Only real goths listen to such and such band. Well, what happens when that band becomes mainstream? You know, it's like now you got to ask yourself that question. You followed them for years religiously, and now you're going to stop liking them because they become popular. So even if you're goth because you don't give a fuck what people think about you, if you act like that, you clearly care what people think about you. Otherwise, you wouldn't give a shit because, okay, your fellow goth listens to Cradle of Filth and they've never heard of the musicians that you look up to or idolize. You know what I'm saying? I'm over here like, dude, if goth is about not conforming, then everybody doing goth in their own different way, as long as they don't derive too far from it, who cares? You know? And here's the best part of it. Then you know what happened when punks came around? Then goth became a subculture in the 80s and 90s. And then early 2000s, it became about emos, and then what derived from emo was scene kids. And it's all the same, a bunch of fucking assholes dressed in black, wearing dark makeup and painting their nails black and going, society sucks. Nobody understands me. And the darkness in life is beautiful. Fuck sickos kind of thing. You know. But instead of being like, oh, hey, that's what unites us, it's, oh, you're a fucking poser because you listen to X, Y, and Z. You listen to this band over here. Or like, you don't wear the same nail polish that I wear. Oh my God, you shop at Hot Topic and Spencer's. What are you, like 12, trying to piss off your parents? And it's like, dude, sometimes shopping at Hot Topic and Spencer's is more convenient. You don't gotta wait for shipping and handling and for the postman to be like, okay, here's your overpriced pants. You have fun with that. Me personally, it's like I can go to Walmart and get a pair of black Wrangler jeans and stencil cobras and skulls all over my fucking jeans, and then go to Spencer's Gifts and get an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt and be done with it and be like, there you go. Anybody got a problem with the way I look? Well, fuck them, you know? The argument would be so different for Blair White if people were coming after her and attacking her for not being a real trans woman because she doesn't support her fellow trans activists. I'm like, this is ridiculous, dude. Blair White's all like, hey guys, here's a trans individual. Super progressive and woke, right? Holy crap. But you know what? The estrogen makes you start thinking like a female. All of a sudden, you're like, competition? No, 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 no. I can't handle competition. That person's not a real trans person. They're just posing. They're just posers. Like, that's what kills me about Blair White. You'll sit there and throw the biggest progressive fit because people don't acknowledge you as a real woman. They don't acknowledge your struggles, you know, but here you are going off on cringy dating profiles like maybe that person hasn't transitioned fully because they can't afford it like your ass can afford it. And so they're just doing their thing like you're doing your thing. And instead of being like, well, as long as they're not a sick fuck or a piece of shit person, who cares? Here you are openly judging people based off their dating profiles. And then you get pissed off because people judge you for being trans. I'm like, I'm not trying to make Blair White cry. I'm not trying to piss her off. I'm just telling it like it is. I'm like, you expect people to accept you for who you are as a person, but here you are judging other people.
Crown advocate, uwu, triggers scopophobia, self-harm, Donald Trump, cultural.
What is it with these fucking liberal retards who are like, they hate Donald Trump? It's like, dude, stop. I'm like, why is it always you can't be a Trump supporter? I'm like, yeah, but, and I'm like, yeah, but could you imagine a trans person who supports Donald Trump? That would be some shit, wouldn't it, YouTube? Could you imagine? This person identifies as a they, them, and they are transitioning into the opposite sex, but they're also non binary because who has time to work out that confusing mess? And they're also a Trump supporter. Could you imagine? The fucking trans community would lose their shit. And it's just like the goth community in a sense of society's giving me crap for being goth. I'm not going to say it's nearly as bad as the crap that you individuals have had to face because you're trans, but people have used words like tranny and faggot to insult me because I'm gothic. And I break social norms as a heterosexual, straight, cisgendered male who wears goth makeup. It doesn't comply with social stigmas or norms. So I've been called a fucking tranny faggot for years. And I'm like, I'm comfortable enough in my sexuality and who I am as a gender-based person, etc. Blah blah blah. It's not gonna stop me from being myself. As somebody who's been called a tranny faggot because I wear nail polish and a little bit of goth eyeliner from time to time, I'm not gonna go out of my way to crap on people for being trans. As long as you don't hit on me, I don't care. Like, Cobra, you little faggot. And I'm like, yeah, if I could suck my own dick, I'd never leave the house.
If you aren't a vegan, delete yourself. People.
So here's this Maria. She's 19 years old, University of Nebraska at Kimi. Kia me. Pronouns bun, hashtag fuck sickos. But pronouns are bun/bun self, allosexual, true cute, flower crown advocate, UWU triggers, scorpiophobia, self-harm, Donald Trump, cultural appropriation. If you aren't a vegan, KYS, raging SJW, die, cis scum. And I'm like, you know what really fucking kills me about society? When the assholes who are into this LGBTQ elemental P bullshit have equal hatred for everyone else, the same hatred they bitch about. It's a giant fucking circle jerk of hypocrisy and society and people just being shit to each other. And somehow it's not a society problem. It's all whoever is most popular to hate. Like if it's popular to hate white, straight, cisgendered people, then that's exactly who you're gonna fucking hate. Now, women who have had to fight for equality from men for centuries are now being outshadowed by men who have turned themselves into women based off of gender ideology politics. and if you don't fucking call him a female, you're a bigot. So can you imagine from a biological female's perspective being told your entire life that men are pieces of shit and that they're pigs and you can't trust them? Just to have the same men you're complaining about steal your rights because they're trans and that's more important than being a woman, apparently. Even though that's totally a part of the whole thing. Like, you can't sit there and say that you're a trans woman and then say that gender is a abstract concept, because if it is, then you can't identify as a woman. Because if gender does not exist, why the fuck are you making such a big deal about being a woman, even though clearly you're a dude with a fake vagina and fake tits? Well, I got one left. I'll save that the pizza, like it's Pizza Hut dipping ranch for later. Mm-mm-mm. As someone who's a part of the goth community, I get so sick and tired of people being like, "Oh, you're not goth enough because you don't listen to the same bands or combine or like, conform to the same ideology." And that fucking shitty attitude is being exhibited perfectly in this community of individuals. And grab that ranch and that buffalo sauce to finish off my pizza slut leftovers. And here's Blair White. Like any other trans individual, you want acceptance, and I'm all for it. As long as you ain't a sicko, I don't give a shit. No, I'm not going to sit here and compare being trans to being goth because they're different in a couple of ways. And at one, goth people dressing a certain way is a reflection of their how they feel about society versus, oh hey, Hmm. Oh. The only reason the goth and the trans community are different is because for their different motives. But really, what makes the goth and the trans community similar is that they're breaking social norms and they just want acceptance. And now that I have acceptance for who I am as a person, I don't feel so like defensive all the time. Like, you know, oh, yeah, that's got a little heat to it. A little something to snack on. Delicious. That hit the spots. I haven't been very hungry the last couple of days. Alcohol piss. Now, our society is in the pursuit of equality. However, true equality will never exist because fuck sickos. Because women and men are always going to find something to bitch about, whether you're trans or not. Uh, and because you have these individuals who identify as part of that crowd, and as far as they're concerned, die cisgendered scum. And it's just like, okay, you can't expect people to kiss your ass and tolerate your rights as a human being if your response to them is, well, if you're cisgendered, fuck you. That only creates more problems. So yeah, these dating profiles are super cringe, YouTube. I'm like, okay, outside of you want to find someone to date and hang out with, I get that. But like, if your response to the same people you're begging for support from is fuck you, you're a piece of shit for being cisgendered, I tend to think that's not going to get you any favors. Like, if you want equality, then trans people have to accept that there are going to be people who do not identify as trans, who are cisgendered, and that there are people out there who identify as cisgendered. They need to accept that trans people are a thing. And whether you're weirded out about it, that person's grossed out or weirded out by it, beside the point.
Delete yourself. People really need help. Like, our country's going through it. So here.
Oh, people need help. And here's another example of Blair White judging people while asking for people not to judge her because she's trans. Wait for it.
Another one in the lesbian section. They have listed themselves.
Another one in the lesbian section.
Woman. There is not one small aspect of this person's presentation that is a woman. Like,
oh, okay. That is fucking rich. You have a transgendered person going off on gender-based stereotypes. That is fucking rich, Blair White. Okay, so here's a person by the name of Boo, who is 39 years old. Dog handler, the new school woman, lives in New York City. So the profile picture contains clearly what is a man with a beard. And Blair White saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, but nothing you do exhibits a woman. So just because you've had the perfect realignment surgery and people who don't know your story are convinced that you're a chick, all of a sudden dudes who are less fortunate are being, you know what I'm saying?" I'm like, what defines a woman? Tits and a pussy? Because there were some women who were born without boobs. And I'm like, normally I support Blair White because she's kind of an outcast in the transgender community. But then it's like she says shit like this, where it's like, just because you see a dude's profile on like Tinder, maybe they haven't started transitioning yet. Maybe they just discovered, hey, this is who they are as an individual, and they haven't started their amazing, fabulous, sparkly unicorn journey yet. Like, it fucking kills me. Like, okay, Blair White, what defines a woman? Does she have to look like you to be a woman? Because if that's how you fucking feel, you're just as close-minded as the cisgendered assholes who hate trans people. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not here to pick on Blair White, but at the same time, when I'm like, girl, you're bitching about shit you complain about and supporting it in your own special way. Like, what? If you were to walk up to Blair White and be like, hey, you nasty faggot, you're not a real woman. You're just some dude with fucking tits. Real women are born that way. Blair White would rightfully so call you a transphobe. But like when the transgendered folks are being transphobic because, oh, well, you don't look like a woman enough to identify as such. I'm like, the hypocrisy makes my fucking head spin. And I'm like, I'm not here to attack Blair White. I'm just like, isn't it a tad bit hypocritical when you get pissed off as a trans woman because, oh, hey, people don't call Blair White a woman and she gets offended? Like, oh, how dare you? I've gone through the surgeries. Yeah, that. And I'm like, you want to have this concept of gender? I'm like, your chromosomes are still male. Even if you cut your dick off and your balls off and make a fake cunt to go with your fake fucking tits, you're still going to be a dude deep down inside, no matter how much you try to change your sex internally. Unless you can invent a time machine that can turn your sex female, then you're never going to be the female you always wanted to be. You're always going to have, You know what I'm saying? That one little bit. Your chromosomes are still male, even if in your fucked up, twisted, mental, fucked off mind. And who the fuck is Blair White to give these people shit about being mentally ill? When here's Blair White showing off her gun collection and openly admitting that she's a psychopath. I'm like, that's fucking rich. I'm like, here's Blair White showing off her real guns, which have been painted like toy guns, and she openly admits that she's a fucking psychopath. And I'm like, here you are giving shit people and their bios of some random dating website because you're bored. You have all this attention. Like everyone kisses your ass because you're a trans woman. Oh my God, Caitlyn Jenner is so stunning and brave. Look at you go. And now you're bored. You're like, you have all these goddamn subscribers on YouTube who subscribe to you because they support trans rights, just to have you crap on trans rights. I'm like, wow, dude. Like, typical fucking male who thinks about women. Here you guys go. She identifies as a female. So now it's like we got to show off the fake tits to convince everyone she's totally a woman. Look at her fake tits. Showing off her cleavage like a slutty fucking female. And I'm like, you know what? If women want to show off their boobs, fuck slut shaming. There, I said it. But if dudes want to show off their biceps, then don't fucking stare at them if they don't want to be stared at. That's called gender equality. Furthermore, it's like if you see a dude just sitting on the bus, like his legs are spread apart, because as a dude, when you try to sit here with your fucking legs squished together and you squeeze your balls between your legs, that shit fucking hurts. So dudes will sit there and spread their legs so they can sit comfortably. And women get so triggered by that shit. It's like, you're a fucking toxic, chauvinistic male piece of shit. Quit manspreading and mansplaining for your situation. And I'm like, bitch, my eyes are up here. If you want to stare at my balls, can I take you on a date first? And I'm like, fuck you, dude. If women are sitting there on the bus trying to sit comfortably so their boobs feel comfortable, and the fucking if some dude came up to them and said, hey, quit slut spreading. You know what I'm saying? How would it feel? You broads would lose your shit. You broads would lose your fucking shit. You'd be like, I'm just trying to sit here comfortably. Who the fuck are you attacking me? And the only reason men get attacked for this shit is because of all the sexist fucking assholes that women have had to face oppression from the last, I don't know, several hundred years. I'm like, hey, honey, and God forbid you say you're too ugly and too fat for my taste and quit staring at my balls because you ain't hot enough to ride my dick. Oh, try saying that and see what happens. Oh, you'll get a mouthful and probably a fistful when she tries punching you in the face for being too real. And the second you go to defend yourself, like, hey, there's a fellow human being punching me in the face for being too mean. The second you punch her back in self-defense, you're the piece of shit who hates women. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, can humanity just stop being retarded and self-righteous, self-centered? Humans are fucking self-righteous, self-centered, fucking hypocrites. It is so disgusting how sex and gender and society control everything. And it's like, as long as you're a decent person, who gives a fuck what your gender is? Who gives a fuck how much money you have? Who gives a fuck how big your dick or tits are? None of that shit should fucking matter. But what are you doing with your life? Yet in the overly politically correct, woke, retarded system we live in, all of that shit matters. Who you fucking, what you're fucking, how big your tits are, how big your dick is, how big your muscles are. Woo-hoo! You know, that little filter that in the back of your mind that sees the bullshit in our society, and you don't call it out because you don't want to be labeled as some kind of racist, sexist, misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, whatever piece of shit. You just swallow that aggression and let the other side crap on you, even though it's not okay to crap on them. And like, if it's all about equality, and like I said, true equality is never going to exist. We can get to a point in our society where it's like, hey, if two lesbian women want to dyke out or two dudes want to fag out, that's fine, as long as they're old enough for each other and it's consenting and they're non-related and they're both human and it's alive and they're both alive. You know, fuck sickos, dude. I'm like, that's fucking rich. You got a transgendered woman who's sick and tired of being judged by society as you're not a real woman. And then, like, here she is crapping on random dating profiles and saying the same thing. Fucking hypocrite cunt. Like, Blair White's supposed to be some special, amazing individual. Like, join the club, sweetheart. Get in line behind Caitlyn Jenner because you're not the first dude to change their sex. Like, maybe the dude took a picture, maybe Boo took a picture on their dating profile and they're just discovering who they are as people. Who the fuck are you to judge? As long as they're not pedophiles or fucking necrophiliacs or neophiles or animal relative raping pieces of shit, who cares? And as long as they're having sex with consenting individuals who are appropriate and old enough and alive with them, who cares? They want to identify as a trans, but not go through the surgery. Then you can't sit there and say, oh, well, you're not trans, because there are plenty of women who are going to say the same thing, that just because you identify as woman and got the surgery doesn't make you a real woman. But that's the problem with our society. You allow people to identify as transgender all in the name of progressivism. And now this is what makes the whole movement look bad. Some asshole identifies as transracial. And like, dude, if you're whiter than my autistic ass, you can't identify as transracial. That's fucking retarded. If you're white and you identify as black, so you start getting melatonin in your skin to make yourself look black, no amount of melatonin is going to make you black. No amount of boobs or fake cunt is going to make you a female. Like, I draw the line at transgender, trans species, trans tree, you know. At some point, I'm just like, hey, look, human beings are allowed to walk around. They don't have to be rooted to the ground to receive water, to survive, in order to grow and prosper. This is what separates human beings from plants, is plants are planted into the ground. They cannot get up and move on their fucking own. It's like if you truly identify as a transgendered tree or what the fuck ever, then I challenge you to go outside buck naked in the cold of winter and bury your fucking feet in the ground without food or water. And the only water you get is when it snows and rains. Go ahead. Let's see how long you last as a human being who is losing their shit. Like, you want to sit here and identify as a non binary, you have no gender, you want to identify as the opposite sex. Okay, you know what? I'll accept it. Even though there's some like political issues I don't want to get into, because I support these individuals as long as you ain't a sicko. But at the same time, I'm like, wait a minute, you want to have a discussion about mental health in our society? Like, I could sit here and scream, these are my pronouns. I believe I can fly. I can believe I can touch the sky. And if people treat me like that, like, yeah, sure, Josh, you can fly like a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball Z. Good job, you fucking retard. If I go trying to jump off a bell tower to hopefully fly into the sky like some Super Saiyan wizard, I want to fall and break myself. And like that's when people are like, "Hey, you know what? Maybe you should lay off the angel dust." Like that's what it is. Blair White is so used to being criticized by her own community that she can't help herself. Now she has to critique and attack other individuals going through similar shit. I'm like, some of it's really stupid and redundant and retarded and all this other crap. But as long as they're not going out of their way to hurt people, who cares? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a dick with this video. This is just the alcohol and my male logic kicking into place. I'm like, dude, I'm all for supporting individuals of this community, but when you go off criticizing and critiquing the way everyone else looks, while bitching because you're sick and tired of everyone else not identifying you as a female, you're a fucking hypocrite. You're a fucking self righteous, self centered fucking hypocrite. Blair White attacking people on dating profiles because they identify as some sort of trans, but they don't fit the general mold or the stereotype. That's like me saying, how dare you be an alcoholic? And you know what? You need help for your drinking. For like a community that preaches tolerance, trans people are some of the most self-centered, intolerant pieces of shit, hypocritical fucks I've ever met. And not all of them are like that. Just the ones that get talked about the most. And all that does is fucking paint a negative picture for trans people. It's like, everyone look at me. Oh my God. Everyone look at me. Look how special I am. And like Blair White, if I identified as trans, you couldn't say shit about me saying it because then you'd be like, oh, well, Cobra's a part of the community. So, like, he's just speaking out, whatever. That's what's bullshit about it. All of a sudden, like, it's not my fault fucking fags, dykes, and trannies, and queers, and weirdos, and fucking freaks are being treated like shit by the normality of the straight cisgender community. Somehow that's my fault. I'm like, dude, I've gotten shit for being my heterosexual goth bad boy self. People have used words like faggot and tranny to insult myself just because I'm a heterosexual dude who paints his fucking nails. So I'm not going to go out of my fucking way to harass somebody for being trans. But when I see bullshit, I'm not going to be afraid to call it out. Fuck woke culture.
Honestly, I feel like lesbians get the real short end of the stick when it comes to woke ideology. It's like, this is what the result is for them. It's like whole entire men up in the lesbian section, and they're
And
just
that's the fucking truth of everything, really, Blair White. If you're a lesbian and some dude identifies as a transgendered female, and now all of a sudden lesbians who've been fighting against bigots and for fucking equality are now being called bigots because they won't date a trans woman who identifies as lesbian. It's like, okay, you have a cisgendered woman who's only into other cisgendered females, and you're being called a bigot because you won't date the trans woman because they used to be a dude. And that's no different for straight people, dude. I would never date Blair White. I don't care how good looking she looks. I'm like that part of me that says I'm straight for women gets grossed out when it's like that used to be a dude. No, dude. No. I'll support your rights to a point, but when you start being a fucking raging self-righteous hypocrite about it, I'm like, nah, I'm gonna say some shit. And if y'all get offended, suck my cock and lick my Asperger's. Like, okay, I try to support Blair White, when she goes off about how she has a hard time being accepted as a woman because people are so old fashioned. And then here she is going around being like, well, this person identifies as such. Well, fuck them. They're not a real trans person, kind of thing. And I'm like, of all people to fucking judge, of all the fucking people to judge, you have Blair White's tranny ass judging. I'm like, that's fucking rich, dude. Holy fuck. I've been very open minded about this subject matter to a point because my idols, Ozzy Osbourne and Danny Filth, they will wear makeup for their music videos or dress a certain way. And I've gotten called a faggot and a tranny for dressing like them and supporting them, even though I'm cisgendered, straight, white male. And it's like, okay, to some degree, I kind of get it. Even when Blair White's going out of her way to be the biggest hypocrite on the planet, I'm still not going to judge her, because at the end of the day, it's like, if I'm not trans, then I don't get it. If I'm not part of Blair White's community, then I don't understand how it works. So maybe she's justified in her validation, and maybe I'm right and she's full of shit. But who am I to say? You watch Cradle of Filth, Her Ghost in the Fog, And here's Danny Filth and friends wearing goth makeup, being like, "I goes in the fall." That was a really shitty example of my shrieking abilities, but you get what I'm jiving at. And I'm like, okay, if transgendered individuals want acceptance and equality, then you have to acknowledge that not everyone who identifies as trans is going to think just like you. And you also have to acknowledge that straight, cisgendered white people exist, and we're all a part of the rainbow. We're all colors of the rainbow, man. Power to the people. You with me on this? Okay, power to the people. Fuck this white power, black power bullshit. Power to the people, YouTube. I get frustrated by these issues, and I'm being told, well, if you come out and say anything against it, you're some kind of asshole. And I'm like, I totally support transgendered rights until you start attacking your fellow transgendered gay individuals, or when you're attacking us regular cisgendered folks. And I don't mean regular in a nasty way, that's just how it is. I'm sorry, but I love the dick between my legs. I'm proud of what I got. I'm a damn proud male. I love having testosterone. And like when shit pisses me off, I can call upon my natural male testosterone to fuck shit up. I'd be like, I am man, hear me roar. Okay? So like I don't understand everyone else's perspective when you're not a part of that. That being said, I don't expect them to understand how I feel, because it's like they don't see what I do as normal. I don't see what they do as normal. So it's like I'm not going to go out of my way to bully someone just because they're trans. And if you're sitting there saying, well, you wear black nail polish and goth makeup, so you might as well be. And I'm like, that's ignorance on your part. Not every trans or gay man wears makeup or nail polish. That is a social stereotype. And that's the problem with our society. It's like maybe they're goth or maybe they're into heavy metal. It doesn't have to reflect upon their sexuality or their stupid goddamn fucking gender identity. Like, Halloween's over, nice makeup, asshole. I'm like, this is how I dress every day. You got a problem with it? Because I'll have a problem with you and make you hate your existence and prove why I'm right. With simple suggestion of word and understanding how your side thinks. This is the problem with it. Like, I've literally witnessed gender relations and everyone else's relations to everything just crumble apart because a select few individuals are unhappy with the lack of pronouns, or because women and men are assholes to each other, and like nobody wants to take responsibility for their own actions. It's blame the other side. And now it's become a battle of gay versus straight, trans versus cisgendered, women versus men, black versus white. And I'm sick of that in our society, to be truthful with you. Because we are all people. We are all just people trying to live our life. As long as you ain't a sicko, who gives a shit? Like, what does it matter if that person over there is black and transgender and super gay? Hey, you know what I'm saying? What does it matter if that person identifies as the opposite sex and they're like, hey? But I'm like, here's Blair White complaining because trans people attack Dave Chappelle's friend Daphne. And then here she is crapping on her fellow trans people. Like, just because they don't fit the gender based norm of female. You know what I'm saying? How do you know they've just started their transition and they haven't fully transitioned yet? Cobra's on a roll tonight. Video responses. This is why I preach power to the people. As long as you ain't a sicko or an abuser or a piece of shit, whatever. But outside of that, it's like, hey man, we're all just people trying to live our life. Some of us just happen to smoke pot, drink alcohol, and listen to Cradle of Filth, the Beatles, and Black Sabbath. Ooh. Watching Cobra do like a Cradle of Filth rendition of John Lennon be like, I'll jump between his voice to dueling his vocals to shrieking like Danny Filth. What's up?
Allowed to be. I'm a writer, big heart.
You're not allowed to be? Okay, I'm sorry, I got lost in the rant.
The woke ideology. It's like, this is what the result is for them. It's like whole entire men up in the lesbian section, and they're just allowed to be. I'm a writer.
How do you think women feel, dude, when there were dudes who were just like, they identify as a female and they get the surgery, so automatically you're allowed to just be a female, even though you've never been born a female or had to experience the struggles that women go through? Okay, Cobra. Oh, boo. I'm like, I'm sorry, but trans women are never gonna know that experience of having to develop boobs at an awkward time in your life when everyone else in your fucking class, every female in your class has a full set of fucking gorgeous double D's to like little itty bitty mosquito bites, and you're the only one in class that's still flat chested. Everyone else, including you, get your period, but you don't get your fucking boobs like you want. And you do it because you want to show a social status or like show off for the boys in your class. Then, as soon as you get the attention and the boobs you want, you fucking hate it. Funny how that works. Believe me, I know how that is because when I was a dude going to high school, there were a couple of chicks who got like the biggest boobs before entering grade school, and you're just as a horny dude at that age, you're like distracted, like boobs. But as an adult who's matured a bit, I look back. Oh, excuse me. Uh, fuck. I look back on it and I genuinely feel bad for those women because it's like I can't begin to imagine.
Big heart, sexually fluid. I love the weirdness in people. Wrong section, babe. I'm sorry. Like,
You're sorry, Blair White. What are you sorry about?
It's not giving lesbian. It's not giving anything. You know, I haven't had many lesbian friends in my life, but the ones that I have, every single one of them without fail have talked about this trope that very much is real and has happened to them where men try to like get with them to like cure them of their lesbianism or like force themselves on.
It's not even like about, okay, some of that is the truth. Okay, this is what pisses me off about it. Is Blair White is halfway right about this. there are some dudes who try to get with women because they think they can cure them of their lesbianism. But there are some dudes who generally identify as a trans woman who is sexually attracted to other women. It's basically like being straight with extra steps. And instead of just accepting that sometimes that's just how it is, you have lesbians and trans women of all people who are just like, that's not normal. And how dare you try to fucking go against what society and what we preach? And I'm like, it's people, dude. If you're not into it and they're trying too hard to get you into it, then yes, they are being a creep. This is no different than some asshole who's creeping on a chick at the bar and she's not having it. She's like, "Excuse me, I have somebody. Could you please back off?" And the dude's being a prick about it and continues persisting. But the only difference is between that dude and these chicks, like Blair White talks about, is they hide behind transgenderism to further their overly aggressive sexual advances. And if you try to call it out for what it is, you get called some kind of transphobe or some kind of gay phobe or whatever. And it's just like, you want to have that argument. Are real lesbians women who are cisgendered, who are sexually attracted to other cisgendered women? Or is it like, oh, hey, you're a dude, but you identify as a woman who likes other women? So that makes you a gay lesbian trapped in like a straight man's body. And like, I don't know, dude, there's a lot of bullshit that goes along with this.
Them and be like, you just have never had the right man, you're not really a lesbian, whatever. And it's like woke ideology literally permits that. Like this is straight up a man in the lesbian section. Honestly,
So let me get this straight. If a dude identifies as a female, you're all supposed to bend down, kiss their ass, and call them a female. But if they're a dude who identifies as a female and you're into chicks, they're somehow a bigot because those chicks won't accept them and they need to respect boundaries. Gotcha.
okay, it's like shout out to lesbians because no wonder y'all are the ones that are speaking out the most about this.
Yeah, and I fully agree. Shout out to lesbians. I'm not just saying that because I watch lesbian porn. But it's like, could you imagine if, like, see, even if a chick identified as a dude and she was coming on to me as a dude, I still wouldn't be into it. I'm like, you're a dude now. I'm not into that. I'm into chicks who are cisgendered and of age and straight and biologically female and of age, alive, cisgendered, non related, alive, and consenting. So I totally get it, but the only difference is because I'm a straight white male, I don't get any say in what how anyone thinks. And it's just like I don't get a say period regardless of anything because everyone's allowed to have their own opinion. That doesn't make it right.
What they're doing.
And God forbid you ask any questions because that might offend somebody. Someone comes out and says, well, they're a non binary, sparkly purple unicorn dragon. And it's just like, okay, how did you come to that conclusion? You go to ask questions and you get attacked for it.
Next, Kelly says, I'm sentient trash. I mean, you said it, not me, girl.
Oh, look at that. The estrogen made Blair White catty, just like all the other females that you normally associate with. Is there something about having estrogen that just makes you a catty person? Like, dude. I hear sirens. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. On I generally support Blair White, but when she's going off on this hypocritical tirade about how you're not trans enough for me to consider you to be trans, I'm just like, fuck you.
Wasn't thinking it. Non-binary, femme, queer. I'm not a woman and don't call me one. But
Okay, so Kelly at the age of 20, not associated with anyone that I'm obsessed with. It's just a very similar name to their daughter. It's a different Kelly, not associated with Ozzy's daughter, but like, so there's this random chick named Kelly who's 20 years old, and she says she is sentient trash, non-binary, feminine, queer, and not a woman, so don't call her one. And she likes lots of other stuff.
this is a woman. I like lots of other stuff. Bedroom pop, cartoons, food, puppies, aliens, you name it.
Okay, so because this, however, this Kelly chick identifies as, she likes lots of other stuff. Bedroom, popcorn and cartoons, food, puppies, aliens, you name it. That's not unreasonable. You know, when you're cuddled up with your boo thing, because you're cuddled up with like your other half and you pop a bowl of popcorn and you don't have a big screen TV in front of your bed. So like you hold the phone and you're like, you want to watch cartoons? I like cartoons myself. Cartoons are a great way to just escape reality without having to drink or do drugs. It's like, hey, we don't got any drugs or alcohol which make life fun and bearable to a point. Shh. It's like, here's the thing of it though, if you let drugs and alcohol can be a blast, but if you let it control your life and you cannot physically say to yourself, I gotta have one day to just cool off and not do any of it. That's what separates me from the addicts, is to be honest. There are days where I'm out of pot and I'm out of alcohol and I'm just like, eh. And I'm a moody piece of shit. But like I get over it. I smoke a couple cigarettes and I still go live and people are like, "Hey Cobra, how come you're not drinking?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't have any money for booze at the moment. You know, you don't have to give me money for that, but if you do, it's appreciated." And of course, the fans love seeing me drink and do a drink combo, you know. So it's like, oh, hey, Cobra. Like, imagine for 1 second having blacks, minorities, and women fighting for equality against white males and etc. Just to have these same individuals identify as some kind of transracial. You know, it's like, oh hey, we I know we just spent the entirety of our That's what, like, true acknowledging your privilege is what it is. And at some point, all these individuals, like women and blacks and minorities, they're all cisgendered, but they're being overshadowed by the assholes who call themselves trans. And you can't say that because it makes you look like a transphobe. And here's the thing of it, there are a lot of trans people who want the same equality that Cobra wants. They're not trying to overshadow women or minorities or any of that. But like, if you were a dude who grew up with the most privileged life and you identify as a lesbian black female and you transition into that, all of a sudden it's like women, lesbians, and blacks and females who have had to face all this oppression are now supposed to accept you and kiss your ass because you identify as such. And they don't see it as, that might be kind of inconsiderate of me to force that upon somebody. Instead, it's being seen as, well, you're just as oppressing as the assholes I complain about. And it's like, it's the truth. I'm not trying to be like real versus fake women because there are some women who can't even have periods. So that's kind of a gray area. But like a real woman, in my opinion, she gets her first period in like the most embarrassing situation ever. She's in gym class, climbing the rope, and out of nowhere, her vagina starts bleeding, and there's blood dripping down the climbing rope. And every kid in class makes fun of her, like because she's still flat chested, even though all of her female classmates have developed boobs. And then on top of that, she gets her first period in like the worst situation possible. And it's like, hey, everybody, let's all call her Bloody Mary. And everyone makes fun of her for getting her period in gym class. And every day she goes to school, people are like, hey, look, it's Bloody Mary. Ha ha, flat chested Mary, Bloody Mary. Ha 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 ha. Kids are assholes to each other like that. So that's a different argument for a different video, I suppose. A lot of these transgendered individuals are just facing more oppression from childhood oppression. I mean, you look at King Cobra JFS. I've been bullied my entire life just for being myself. Not even because I'm a part of LGBTQ plus or whatever. Just because I'm different by society's eyes. Not even because, oh well, you're a part of Blair White and all this other shit. I happen to support Blair White and individual rights because, as long as you ain't a sicko or an inhuman piece of shit, you shouldn't be bullied for, you know, existing would be the proper word. Like, isn't that funny how if you're a dude in high school and you can't grow facial hair, you're seen as a faggot or a loser. But if you're a chick and you grow hairy legs, women look at you like, ew. Where are my fellow human beings on this who went through high school and puberty? That shit sucks, dog. You're in high school or junior high, and you as a dude, you can't grow a mustache. You can't grow a mustache or facial hair. I'm telling you right now, wait till you're in like college or a little bit older, and your body will adjust to it if you're a dude. And eventually, if I didn't I was more than capable of growing this shit when I was in high school. But like I was underneath this impression that when I was a kid and I started going through puberty and growing facial hair that I had to shave it off. That smooth shaved look, you know. But if I'd known I was capable of growing this masculine facial hair, I would have totally done it. Like women are given shit because they have hairy legs, and men are given shit because they can't grow hair on their face. It's fucking stupid.
You should have opened with that. So I'm going to fix your dating profile, Kelly. You're going to open with that you like cartoons and food and puppies and aliens.
Yeah, that's the thing of it. I actually agree with Blair White on this. You want to open up your dating profile with shit that you're into. If you're into cartoons, watching cartoons, and being kind to animals like puppies and aliens and what have you, then yes, open up your bio with that. Be like, hey, I'm a dog lover. I hate sickos. Uh, I'm into cartoons and smoking weed and whatever else, you know, kind of thing.
And you're going to cut out all the bullshit. Just cut out the nonsensical, mentally ill rambling.
I disagree with Blair White. Once you've included everything you like, include everything you don't like. And it might make for a lengthy bio for like a lot of people who are like, hey, who's this person? What are they into? And then you see what they're, you know what I'm saying? It lets people know ahead of time that, you know, hey, you're one of those pronoun obsessed freaks who hate cisgendered people, even though you bitch because cisgendered people hate you. You know, that's how hypocrisy works. Yeah, I'm not going to answer that because I'm in the middle of streaming.
It's like, just talk about shit like. So this is a lovely woman in a communist dress taking a photo with an iPhone.
Jesus Christ. So you got Sarah, age 20, posing in a communist sort of dress. And it's just like, wow.
Oh my God, I just hate capitalism. You look stupid. I officially feel so bad for men and lesbians and myself for subjecting myself to these people. That is it for this video, you guys. Make sure you subscribe to this channel as well as my podcast channel. I'm loving the podcast channel. You guys have to subscribe there if you haven't. It's basically like a long form main.
I generally feel bad for lesbians and transgendered individuals and my fellow men because of all these social ideologies and just everything.
Video. They're all an hour long and it's just me talking and rambling and it's completely unedited. Like you see the way that there are so many edits in this video. Well, the podcast is the opposite. There's no edits beyond like advertisements going in. It's just me rambling for an hour. So if you want to hear my loud mouth about like anything and everything, then subscribe to that channel. I'll put a link in the description. And I love you guys and I'll see you in the next video. Bye guys.
Well, there you go, YouTube. Anyways, thank you for watching me ramble for 4 hours. I'll catch you cool cobras later. And cheers.